Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Citizen TV Ghana. About 2 p.m. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. At them Citizen Show. At the Bremen on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho about Citizen TV Ghana. There be at them na Citizen Show. Let them Mamwa takra de tardy for you them on tardy FM and there. A bear she. Citizen TV Ghana. About 2 p.m. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. At them Citizen Show. At the Bremen on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho about Citizen TV Ghana. There be at them na Citizen Show. Let them Mamwa takra de tardy for you them on tardy FM and there. A bear she. Citizen TV Ghana. About 2 p.m. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. At them Citizen Show. At the Bremen on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho about Citizen TV Ghana. There be
content in this document. Prior to 2020, ye ho adwuma ye kasa wo ho minim say question na obi bebusa ne say so emfaso ba na wo so emfaso wo so afene kwa wie no ye pese ye refresh wadwene, then you understand that the things that is see in our body politics in see out of nothing there is a remote cause. I know you have seen this document, you have read it from front cover to back page, and that is the more reason why Miss Person is signing a this document we won't come on, because now at least what ready so you understand and yema woman in Tiafedia say ye kai on yamani bia, you can easily catch up with us. Obi Busam said, Bobie, thank God I've always been wondering when someone would take this document serious. Yes, namuna mwante. But I feel no we no dear. My production team called me yesterday in the evening and they were like, Bob, let's do this before we go on break. And that is what I'm going to do this afternoon. I won't waste my time on any other topic because every topic we discuss on radio, we discuss on television can be found in this document. Talk about corruption, talk about state capture, talk about let's bring people down, talk about stealing the country, talk about taking possession of air or mining mineral resources. Talk about anything you want to talk about. Talk about anything. Talk about the lithium issue you are hearing, the SML contract that you are hearing, dubious contract you are hearing. Idea would be the Bawumia factor, how they want to use Bawumia as a cover, as a shield. Everything you can talk about, any topic you can talk about can be found in this Agyapa document. Say hallelujah and say amen. This is the Agyapa document, and I learned the picture. No, that one. You say a friend Chibihine. Yeah, you see a friend Chibihine. That is the picture, right? I don't know him. I've never seen him, but you see a friend Chibihine, right? Okay, so this is the Agyapa document. All right, thank you. So we are back, but before Yabekono, he say, Kwame, yeah, and Zizaza. Okay, so call. Kwame, he call you. Okay, all right. Okay, that's fine. Now, Kwame, DC your friend say assembly about one say assembly about one say my teammate to one assembly be so NDC for or more representing NDC afana fala me who say MPP for no so I say
okay for small report kakra metiti you know the woman say omo ano omo assembly men we say obekaya the last time omo to you know most of the NDC phone be win that's the last time you know. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the last time.
I'm said 2019.
Yeah, 2019. You know. Now most of the NDC phone be winning. We know this year they say be maintaining omo
is seat.
Yes, is seat you know.
Okay.
Hey, anything man for we can say NDC phone be can say yes omo because be maintaining.
Okay.
And other place are not MPP for no almost so maintaining.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
but the majority of women say NDC phoning na do saying. I can say.
Oh, okay. Joelu Central for the first time. Joelu Central for the first time NDC won. Joelu Central. That's Ayawaso. But KOJ, quick one. Say.
Well, I think that for me, I was not too surprised with the turn of event.
Okay.
One because the last years near holding you could tell that one in terms of participation, very low. And I remember yesterday on one of our bulletins. Now, Governor said Bakweka said, I mean, he's not too surprised. He doesn't see that turnout in a very, very high unless there's political participation in it. And for me, I feel that in as much as there were some infractions, even in my own constituency, Senya East, there were some kind of infractions because we were told that machines been in Juma, political party don't have room, and all that. But for me, I was equally disappointed in the Electoral Commission because my idea for many years now, and then just in quote common district level elections. Now, Akwa Kudu said it's very disappointing on the part of Electoral Commission.
Yeah, but let's talk about the infractions. Menya sure say Kwame, if na money in your pockets of reports free as a amount for chinchim microphones.
Okay, one Oko Kaswa Utames.
Yeah.
Kaswa Utames.
Yeah.
Jose almost 2 years as it stands now, crowd, I won't declare nipa no win because it been between ballot win the box 2. As it stands now, you declare
district level.
Yeah, yes.
Abattoir.
Yes,
surprising.
Yes. And
how?
Because a honor all time is on I'm supposed to say a 1 year MPP stronghold. Even in the main election, a honor baby how I come sit I really the NDC candidates pass, so they build a 1 year MPP stronghold. So and then you be able to make sure say we cripple that election already one day.
Unim say honor no NDC no we need one place because 4 places now.
Yeah.
Or we need one place. It's other 2 nights or more kind of more win. And I'm a between for the court. The artist stand on intimate declare say nipa win and nipa no win.
Okay. And I have Fabio.
And we win by a foot. Also
after your market.
Yes.
I want
there was allegation say na one get a vote by Kombukra Chiska. That's one about a after your market is quite Chisika.
But I want to say after your market bodyguard coaching Sika is what we were Radio Gold reporter, you know.
There were issues in a futu consensus, but I don't know what I was
because
there.
and you obi send me information bisa, but meant me and pay attention to it. But we will cross check.
Yeah,
we will cross check. Then Ashanti region, Eastern region, Omontoy.
Eastern region, almost any Ashanti region, because and it's failing of biometric machines. Any other so it's very disappointing, and I don't think that any well-meaning Ghanaian would be happy with the conduct of the Electoral Commission. So common district like and how in the 2024 this is just like a mock exam for the Electoral Commission.
It tells you that we are dealing with a very reckless woman. A man for because on say the last time Abattoir no district level no, there were issues but none to say. You understand, so which means now they are testing something new towards 2024.
Sure,
they are testing something new,
where
they say they can use it to manipulate the 2024
elections.
You know na akofasa problem we nyina aba.
But if Electoral Commission, you did a press conference assuring Ghanaians say why you ever ready. So why you ever ready? I'm sure that even if the intention is to manipulate this one for purpose of the nearby election, you could have done it well. Manipulation put we fail. And the say we the kind of fencing total disaster.
But you see they are testing the system. They are testing the system. They have brought in new equipment. They test the system. They are telling us you use indelible ink view.
Yes.
In Tuba,
and it can be a big problem.
Baby, and Taform you. Almost a check first penny no. Kakrano couldn't go through because it gave the same feedback. So why dada? You understand? So yes, say they are testing equipment to steal the 2024
because the only thing that prove the casting of ballots the indelible ink.
Yes. That
it takes days for it to be wiped off.
Because and mete sa foolish boy no our easy one boss man kwasiano mete nka say because now we have biometric, there is no need for indelible ink. But 2020, you use the indelible ink and you use the biometric.
Sure. Indelible ink, I think that once our NDC for back to IPAC, I think that they should strongly oppose.
The point is one. The IPAC, let me tell you, Jane Mensah, that idiot, on IPAC meeting.
Even of record unsolicited for views.
No,
she imposes her intentions.
Indelible ink issue. Woman discussing or IPAC. Talk to the political parties or Mokono. They never discussed it at IPAC. She will go and meet on a sad nema akwashifo mano oma tutu omani echi abesi omo hano. Omo koshiesia or cantonments. They talk about something, they take decisions.
And I was reading comments on social media. Enyansafwa said woman face so me and Jaffa so from penny four who spoke hit back John Dramani Mahama years ago, criticizing him for everything, every single thing he did. Where are they? Me a former moderator, me a president, me a former moderator, Marty.
But you know, then your former moderator is a thief. Then you said that a thief.
Sir, or say President Akufo-Addo you be as was easy and he doesn't talk. He responds to text messages.
Well, about them.
Nonsense.
Yeah, about them. But the point is that anybody say KOJ, we are surprised. So we check one more history very well. Omo acquire omo faso a form of mine in Yama. And the only time omo form of mine in Yama is by joining hands with the UP tradition. That is the only time. Yeah, they did it with Buzianum. They did it with Akufo-Addo Epapanom, Edward Akufo-Addo. You understand?
Yeah.
So they have been in this, and Osha, Omo a family, the Mate family, a family. Omo diagrache, and I trust Baba Besine. So how can we get back and grab whatever?
But Commander,
we need to use.
We should understand that the 2024 election are here come. Let me go. Do or die. No matter the example, do or die.
My position, my Kai NDC response on this assembly elections, and the infractions and all that I've read there. I think the NDC treated this government and na assigns with kid gloves. That is what I feel. I may be wrong.
Of course, I agree with you.
Yeah,
I was even saying that it looks like the NDC is not ready for power.
I because my reading Omo a statement, and the statement is a little bit.
Because even me yesterday on 505,
it's not biting.
Mustafa Bande said that they have evidence of Honorable Hakum Sisode on the hooligans enam. Where is the video? If indeed you have video, show it. Take it to the police. Let them investigate the issue. Let them bring perpetrators to book.
But you see,
I mean,
if I want to assume that NDC Nimadia Omoye, because now they are testing the system. Yeah, you see in Indelible Ink equipment, I say you better be winning. They will translate it to 2024. Ubonsi you bet me out to voter region baby. No man catch us Ashanti region better the following day.
I agree. That's true.
Yeah. James said that idiot.
But you are calling for chaos.
Yeah, that foolish woman on they will get what they want to get. My only problem is that I don't want to think NDC is that weak. However, some of us who were around in 2008, we know how the NDC fought a power in 2008 when Kufonum were just about to plunge the country into something. You understand? And sir, project event.
Yeah.
Process. What do I say? A process. It starts from somewhere. Akufo-Addo winning 2016 was a process. He was daring the security.
Where is the process? I mean, on the part of the NDC?
Now everybody in NDC is afraid of the kind of security Akufo-Addo is using. Everybody is afraid going to cells. Everybody is afraid losing his or her freedom. You understand?
But if you say rescue mission, you have to go through every single pain to rescue the nation.
The kind of force that Akufo-Addo used. Akufo-Addo to me use force through baby. Emma Ghana for catching this for say. Akwa we obe konto kwanti de mumie nyai mano. You understand?
Yeah. It's true.
Oh, obo not on to my Akufo-Addo. Media akwa we open tokwa opeso okontokwa mo de munya mano na asumdue mra. You understand?
So he wants sympathy vote out of violence.
Out of violence. Me there, I've been telling the NDC. Me niano, but me. me se me na NDC kura me a enka saa district about to way level way no o nka ebe efe
because
mema na ya ofe na me dia send signal ma say ade say na me no nyina be ye because wo na wo ma asisi nsuom nam hotel nkwasi aforce ano mo na mo ayi Agyapa you understand?
The NDC should have gathered information to organize press conference even today.
Mona more cantonments, mona more to top prime lands, mona more projects. So if you want us to destroy it, we are here. We will destroy it. Maybe that is my approach. So maybe is Kramia. I won't go back. My issue statement that say they say no, because when you say Tema East and Tema West. Bepem se me no ka say. Omon ka aba no. And then this for no boys na ye ka e wo lord kwa no mu. And omo nya obi ama no meboa wo mo.
Can you imagine?
Omo fra me fra homache. They were like Bobie Monsore mra. Oh, but kono ye bebusa say ko in what capacity?
Exactly. So we a party penny and as we ko century.
Omo oyeso omo frɛ omo no. Omo nyamoa because omo so omo frɛ, I don't want to mention name. Omo say nipa na catch am say assembly ye non partisan. Into omo ntimi ma.
While you know that the politics no matter what.
Oh,
let's know.
I don't want to mention the person, but almost say.
But if that is what the person said, then the person has disgraced his own party. Because serious
guy no oko contest you know say do sali do no. According to Omoche say he won his place in the electoral area. No, he won. Omo back aba no. Omo epesom de ko ba bi foforo kai.
Wow.
Entinra and then this for uncle and score pa tire no mo de be si gya so no mo te wo. Say mo de boxes ni be free akode a.
Yeah, Juma.
Just mo hwie atire nyina agu fom. No mo yire wo mo ma ade a chenye. Se be ya nipa beba. Minim se sa amre no obi akoboa wo mo de a.
You see, and this is where youth on Mabemba bu. Because even Ketwa imponu ye frem na mo made a in edu kesinim de ye frem ma maintain ye be jan sa.
So
and this is where the NDC has to be vigilant and make sure say they meet or they match up with the new patriotic party boot for boot, whether they like it or not.
Yeah. So because say nipa no, you have this foolish woman sitting at the EC there, and she thinks she can do anything and get away. The woman is running away from a procurement breaches, knowing that NDC coming to power, she will be prosecuted. So, Mama no to us ano. Where this Kabone, Edim Kwasi Asema, she knows very well.
Of course, with the procurement breaches issues in the
what they say. So let's do everything. Let Baumia come. Nama resign from EC. After 4 years, Mumbai we now have not die. You understand?
Such wickedness to the nation.
And you know, Mama no to us ano. On a boss man, they are running away from so many things. And to no, now Akufo-Addo the nation say it's in your own interest to make sure that you manipulate the system.
Sana be a one kasa you not be prosecuted.
Exactly, because hey, eba enya miyankwa. Ubekobi. What you say? So what ye a year PDS leaked tape between Gabi Dako and a Sa Baba Noa. What you small kind? Or catch and say, look, some more you don't want me and ya dear way ya. Yen yani home battery you. After going to opposition. Yes. So they know. They are aware of the consequences. And now Obia from an angle should fight and fight well.
Sure.
Dampare, procurement breaches, other murder cases is hanging around his neck.
Also on the security part, and he has to manipulate.
Exactly. On man this imra. Now mume prosecute no. And Dampare keeps on telling, and I saw one or two media for Monka said me call your mama fee Ayana Atamios. We know his interest. Yenim ninchi, yenim where he is coming from. Omo nim Dampare na they don't know Dampare. Go to Pepra or Pom Pepra, Ghana Armed Forces.
Yeah.
Opopepra has been with the UP tradition from day one, way back. Nothing raging commotion upon Pepra or more. What do you say? These Ashanti old men, no, you don't give chances. So they too, they need to protect, because look, even in the military, the kind of things are esi wa garu. Eyo mo use omo boys le do omo aye. There is no way power will change and upon Pepra will go scot free. Even if the next government decide not to touch them, somebody will just walk to their family and do what is needful.
And they're not correct.
So, enya better more sa going enya kufo Rollins time na uko opposition no afa wadi no. Now Ghanaians are learning hard way, and people will teach Akufo-Addo the hard way on the street.
But
so they are running away from all these things. And omoye first test the actual. Me say, omoja Ashanti region, Eastern region, 2024 general election. Ombema bebia to we catch or say Ashanti Eastern better the next day.
Bobby, I hope that the NDC is seeing the signals on the wall.
Because anybody be catch us by 3 p.m. na bebia ya to abawi.
Yes.
And yes, I know kind. Say by 3, Emma, even MPP, NDC, they were talking about it. And yes, I know, say 3 p.m. no omo point.
Yeah, 3.
Assembly level
elections.
3. So they a pilot project in Omoye. That pilot project no, or catch us here be pon 3 no, and what Danny ade no the call. Say Ashanti, any Eastern. E beto ne da way. Thursday,
yeah.
Ekropon, omukrom. Beto ne Thursday. Omo be kwa akodru 2024. Eni mu be di nkomo bi awie. They will come back and tell you, you better voter into strongholds no. Omo beto and this is strongholds no tem. First day, no more the military ni police ejina. Omo so. No more catch us say the Eastern Ashanti. Any part a year omo no stronghold no.
Yeah.
Yeah, they caught the next day. Because of failure of this, failure of that, failure of this, failure of that. Yeah. That is what they...
Sometimes when you look at the conduct of the EC, it makes you fear as a Ghanaian going in 2024. But we shall allow.
Keoje, they should fear. I am telling you. I don't know.
Because just like you said, the youth are more discerning.
I don't know. Kujira baby can and kwasi assembly be. Well, we shall see.
I say I am still the president until December 2020.
We shall see. Mona mo first care baby akwakodi. Because 2016 John Kuma a friend say Samia Oku editor wo gu no ko ho say Samia Oku to bo okra no odwane. Wanyaska Anthony Kabo John Kuma ana hwan abunom. Na omo boys na omo afom wo national security wo no. They don't know. Omo yankwala omo ni ma de kura ekoso. They have no clue. They don't understand anything. When I go, Davio, boys, me, national security for Nibia. Last week, a bit frame sending me pictures. If you almost see what, Castle actually one.
Wow.
Bago craft frame and say, member almost obey. It's a house party.
House party.
So, be made the Charlie Bobby. For sit, you know, that was no, what's that? As I said, what can be what was what Kwasia? Go there, go to Danfa. Actually,
yeah,
they are there. Do you think these boys wants to fight and die and leave all those things?
Not at all.
Okay, and it's a good for to see a baby. Yabeha, Umama and what properties across. No more seen across. You don't know. And Sasi or Mafefa. That's all. See, Yabeha. Gabi na Sasi radio. Yabeha.
But
Yabeha. When I say Ukrum, a friend say Chebi. Why you say Tezex? Yabeha. So see Yabeha. I'm going to see a Cassan. Yabeha.
Bobby, the NDC should be vigilant. Baby Adruno. Because the MPP is bent on breaking the 8. Breaking the 8, no matter imagine say a cost of form on be breaking.
I don't want to sound like I don't know what the NDC they are doing because me call meeting me but me that's what I me information to NDC so say budget power. We should use every legitimate means to get Akufo-Addo Bawumia, these criminals out of power and teach them lesson on the street.
Okay.
We should use every legitimate means. Every means. Even NDC here, Ghanaians should find another legitimate, every means possible. At the end of the year, one more a central, right? As a north. We should replicate it. As enough, and you are being a catcher. Me list to a drew chroma 3 weeks too. We were moving through the bushes, talking to the boys, talking to ghetto boys. That matter. Woman ba mumuru woman kuomo. So we did kwasi asemo ha. Ya kwa tosa media mfinum. Na manu bisu nemu. Boga for na NDC bogas no. Ya omo de ya na omo eye pentimani mansa na omo ba campaign no. Ombe Photoshop no omo ba no na adwuma no ya wie.
Mo wie adwuma no.
Aha. Ento obi antwan omo. Because keoje say me no ka say Akufo-Addo cars na kwaji $25 million dubious contract. You bet you are travel in the next 4 years.
Debbie.
So almost say na on person mo ye no a. That Akufo-Addo Ninsam back on where we shall see. Where we shall see. Where we shall see. Who now want mama more properties? Hey, Sergeant Do. One survive it. Omo president formed almost a brew almost say omo ye mema. When it came to the crunch, what happened to Gaddafi?
Yeah.
Oh, Jane na ne be Jane. What happened to Bagbo? Bagbo, they raped him. They raped her. So Rebecca and Kasa and Akufo-Addo. Nasa ne well
arrogance in the bar.
Debio. They are come deno on slow. Boys name on street more money abre Akufo-Addo no so. They don't care. Those NABCO people no money abre. They don't care.
I tell you. NABCO for yes Shambo say after the program, you be more permanent. Now omu nyina go back to Graduate Unemployment Association.
They don't care.
So where was the promise then?
They don't care. They don't care. They are coming no. Sikanini here ni ku. Oyani no unim de oka. Enaminu be wune. Enaminu be shepie to baako. Ena wa nkumi a me meku.
No great.
Na sikani no. Ohwe ne plasma TV. Hwe ne AC about them. Hwe ne atmosphere ne ka sisi wa. Ono what is sikani ka se me no be wuda.
David no wu na ho be Japan no.
Sikani ka sa wo se o de metro pa. Sikani nye gidigidi. Ti sa wo so wanya sika da de. O go trust da be ba be ye gidigidi a. O hia ni. O sro wo. Yeah. Oni hwe.
Onu be wu mama for about a benefit.
Oh, yeah me ono there no.
Sure.
He has nothing. And this I say, well, ya be hwa. No, catch o ma no. No mun tutu o mo adan ne o mo ne ma no free Ghana. Mo na mo asisi niema. Yes, o mo ada properties in Guyana,
Sure.
Dominican Republic, into we no mo ja okra no no problem. Yate. But who abusia wa bomosu? Just any your hype. Play.
Now the omnya ko good dan mu abrochiro.
Wo sisa wo mu nyina. Na obi ahu say de wonni nipa ba akokora wo Ghana. Because for us to sit here, for them to replicate the Yahunu our assembly, you know, me, I won't speak for NDC because any member who are okay, almost say a young man can radio, so we know what we know.
Okay.
We know what we are. Yeah, nam. Yeah, actually, pa. Yeah, tem komo. Inti me da sorry a. Masem nyansi nyame bua me. Na se me nko akura metimi atu Akufo-Addo ne ba wo mi a me ntu wo mo. No obi a ehun to no because These are demons, criminals. Okay, thank you.
Kwabena Bobie Ansah.
And you be discussing idea with you. Agyapa there.
Okay.
Thank you. Mame nkọ efutu na me ne enua ma no Kofi. Oya adwuma radio gold enkodi nkomo. Kofi Agbaba.
Yes.
Kofi atzai.
That's what me know.
O emphasis ya.
Hello, but what me can?
Pa jo meti won kamenua. Pa jo wo emphasis ya.
Me one kind.
Enra district assembly about one what happened? E dey see here.
Yeah, me know me that say. And assistant training, you know, yes, man, say me call Winneba. Na me call provide coverage of the election. Na e koso e wo a futu I'm talking about the district assembly elections, you know. Nti eno baby I me call, yes, me call provide coverage, you know. Electoral area, no, your friend Abasaba North Electoral area. Nti how anana year one and I provide coverage for the election. And you mean central for be so no some can almost some COVID. Now from the beginning, and upon this see you know bibia the electoral officers, you know, electoral materials, you know, they started most of the police station, they started on time. Into the bibia also boko until say around 3:30 hono. Abra na me wo police station back home University of Education, almost central campus, na police station me and another home. Na me jina back home, na me monitor election no. Me jina na me who say car bi abe parking or car Toyota Corolla, na the car na ash. Car me parking or no dey be ko me who say driver no eyi ska okite ska bondo 555 cedis fresh from the bank. And I was practice scanning from her. Not to scan it before her. Not say you do not to scan it before her.
Oh, hold on, Kofi. Kano.
But I say,
Kano.
I am missing Kano, a Toyota Corolla, Kalani Ash.
Opeke Kano number.
Daddy.
Okay, all right. Okay. Pacha Twaso.
Okay. I call you and say, she's scanning from what to scan go from Hono. Oman Omujana line and on Babetu Abano. Omin free line and I'm call some from scanner. Into no be a from scanner from her. Into me as in century, you know, I am in Nakaka. I was a little shocked. Into me phone, send me video the air question. Into Abraham video, you cannot drive a car now or to scan go from oh, me. Send me video, let me inquire me. Any in back who also age now nice FM ewo Winneba eho there no lady ni your friend Abena Sewa also in century eho na me na nam nti aba mi video no so video nti ohu ye no ana otu ka no koye nti otu ka no koye no and do 5 minutes ana another car FM buy no na metro man fu bi no na muteka ni ana we no see ye na ba ko jira ka no na ba ko e ba me so oba ere na o say o person ni me di nkomo ana mi say nkomo be na person ni me di ana o say video na e wo me phone so no o person me fa me phone man no delete video no free me phone so ana am say how can I don't know you from anywhere, how can I give you my phone to delete a video from my phone? Me ka say na wa holding me na me say good atade enemy me press start actually me holding me send gidi send me from phone man no me send me phone man no it no picture me or so me say no chasing me say by force so give phone free me say na me send me phone man no you go make say me say ben come me fa no me say me fa no me ya me pija kwa enyi because I say emu say na emu ya me ya iti na fa phone na man no o say me fa phone man no enu o twe second o yi second jackknife so the second number woman and I'll show you no catch me say obetime kumi okumia
meba o de oyi meba Kofi de oyi jackknife no na one hwan na nam
me see ayo no kwa no na no kwa car ne be park e wono macho men for two ne see free car nim ana baako ejuna car na baako ba me so nti de ba me so no no eno yi se kan no no kwa na ba me so no ni lady no ana ba e so be gi e phone na wa delete video no afi e phone so nti no fa
uhunu a meba o uhunu abehu no
ami hunu se abehu no
I see
mi hunu se abehu no nti no fa phone na ma no eno yi knife no say o hwe mani no say so fa phone na ma na obekumi okumi a enko be bia obi antu nya ne hwe nti at that point no mi go say me ko sem ana mi dia phone no ma no mi dia phone no ma no ana ji lady no ono so e di ni phone e share ne bag him nti what lady no in the bag na bag lady no what bag no lady no in the bag no na ni phone mi no na ewum eni ni sika eni ni edro medication ho bag no lady na here say asthma e won so nti o je bag no eni lady ni phone ni na akoye nti abia o ye sa no na me phone no beto aba o mo no phone sika no obi a oni University of Education Central Campus ho no o mo get na no pe no nti na ma before bebre ho esi opete mu nti o mo ho ni bebre e ba guy ne so ana no mo boni di Adams Jai do no Adams Jai no mo pata no Adams Jai Adams Jai ena oye de obeye ena okoye nti later na ma me follow mo ka chere ni say guy ne friend Adams na oye afenyo markets ni bodyguard MP owo futu Alexander afenyo markets ni bodyguard eni sa guy ne friend Adams no.
Okay, so at that particular moment, you know, now Afenyo Markins any eho ebi.
Nothing Markins no other polling stations are monitor elections.
I see. Moko police station ko report. Yeah,
if you want, and I'm many lady in call police station. I won't win back. And call report. You call report. Or much you know me send the AKC na. Into after that, you be man, district commander and number, and I'm a fair commander and I'm in.
Moko police station.
Like I say,
Moko police station.
Yes, me call police station. I want Winneba. Police station. I want Winneba. No, I want me call and I call a report about this scene now.
But Mobo
now, any lady no.
Mobo Adams needing extra police for no.
That's why I need now a report. I demand police for no. You have Adams needing. Say or no and obeji and yamano. Na me after ye can't say no. And no police in back home at all. Into ye sure any say and no found and no for Adams no force. And I catch Adams and say your phone journalist phone now what journey bag no on phone in bra. And Adams catch a police woman and say phone no bag no they come on the boss. Name the boss call. I want to be the police in Winneba. They know this guy called Adams. I want to see an arrest of this guy. I want to see a prosecution of this guy because the guy yesterday assaulted me and the other journalist from 9FM. He robbed us. He pointed a knife at us and robbed us. He took away my phone, took the lady's phone, took away her handbag containing her money and her everything.
Okay, so which means
apprehend this guy.
Hello, Kofi. So which means say no phone the so Kofi no. Sorry, Adams no.
That's what Adams no. See I no ka say yam phone dia na obi Adam mo dey am me chief for flash.
Ana Adams no say o ka che Winneba police ni say or the one guy ni am na command the boss which is Afenyo Marking.
The boss dey minimum boss ko but sa no kan e phone so.
I see. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, be adwuma bad you be see afro. Okay, so that's it. Also my culture must say edin pictures ye compile ego ye din komo say ya enye se bibia o da MPP be ko opposition no we will start looking for all these boys. Adams, Afenyomakin be produce Aquano, Ewia Kete no osre. Say Obia and Kobiashu. But we are just keeping names, keeping pictures. Here you go. Obe producing Ewia Kete. Na Afenyosi Gusro. In this okay. So let me do this. Mene set Saba Banini Otamens electoral area. Utu Senya East. Okay, so set Akwaba. I like say aspirant, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Moaba no Mabobo.
As I speak with you, there, you declare and I am ball results for Otames electoral area.
Old timers, right?
Yeah, Otames.
Old timers. Oh, okay. Old timers as in OLDTI.
No,
MENS. Otamens.
Yeah, Otames.
Okay, this is the first time I met it. So what happened? But then the course on
I think Endra elections number Shasiamapana. Now, proud to the election day, we have submitted letters of accreditation for the various polling agents at the EC. In fact, on Monday, I had my team members spending virtually the whole day at the district EC office. At the district EC office for the accreditations to be made. And then they were dispatched home around 6 p.m. that we will be called the following morning, or it will be served the accreditation the following morning. So no, Monday you may be 10 something, and I may receive a call from EC office was there. We were supposed to do something in accreditation there, and I was saying, neighbor, like it's 10. But assuming person let's know there. Will not be possible, and so I'll make sure by 6 a.m. that's Tuesday, I'll have someone there pick the accreditations. And say April my electoral area had the PM, the presiding member for the Ewutu East Municipal Assembly as a contestant in the elections, and he happened to be the only candidate now our accreditations. Edema the polling agent. Emma EC officials may insist say every other polling agent and accreditation any ready as an panel. Money agents and the details. I was a polling agents be after before the start of elections. This became a bone of contention for several minutes. And sana accreditations no at the buy. So these were some of the challenges at the buy. Fast forward, yet to our banner, the response was good. In fact, people wanted change in the neighborhood. We had worked hard. The reflections from Omombe to Abanina na Ekomain. Results started coming in. Positive results, of course. And the movie from one of the cluster areas, Otames electoral area now has a total of 15 polling stations in 4 clusters. We have the Oakland cluster, we have the Stratov cluster, we have the Comfortano cluster, and then the Marvelous cluster, with the Marvelous cluster having 5 polling stations at a go. And Marvelous, a coalition center. So after the results came in, at the Oakland cluster, I had won 2 out of the 4 police stations there. The presiding member had won 2. At Father Stratov, we have 2 police stations there. I had won that place hands down. At the Comfortano cluster, the presiding member, strangely, had all the full police stations coming to him with huge numbers. At Marvelous now, I started bringing from the provisional results. So we went in, we suspected something fishy. We went into the coalition center, we engaged the returning officer that we would like a recount of the ballot. Every candidate has the mandate or is entitled to a recount if you suspect something. If the results tally the provisional results announced now, that's fine. If it doesn't tally, then we can go on to have 3 more counts to certify the results. We engaged him, we gave him reasons to count. Initially, he was dragging his feet, and then at a point in time, now, yes, Obe my recount, and I one Mr. Nin. This Mr. Nin guy is the campaign manager for Howard Kumsen in the constituency. He came in, and by the time I hear counting, and I'm light out, and we're in electoral area, and I think 2 other electoral area. So at the coordination center, we have to be a factor.
Time Ben almost started counting, no?
Counting started at 5 p.m. I had moved from the Stratton cluster 5:05 the Oakland cluster to monitor because that place happened to be a place I want to check across. So I moved to go and take care of the place. And so I'm returning officer say all clear space now one my recounting of the whole place. So beside me say, is it only a cluster? And I say no, let's do all the 15 police stations no cluster. And I'm staying in the dream. I know Kwabena for tax and they buy it. Or they buy now. As soon as we buy now, there were some police escorts from the mobile, apart from police for no more. I don't know if the police people were part of the reinforcement because the protracted discussions with the RO and agitations among the electoral people, that's the normal electorate, and the EC officials. And it will surprise you to hear some of the comments from EC officials. EC officials, they say, just I think the VO said they were not going to grant us that. The RO had not even said that. Said they were not going to grant us that. And that she expected me to be there. And I asked a very logical question. To just look at how feeble Nigerians is here. Say, in the presidential elections, is anyone president able to be at the over 29,000 polling stations? No. But if he suspects that there are things wrong, we are entitled to call for a recount and I'll be by the time I'm standing by his presence and then what he spoke to the EC officials, together with the men or the mobile, changed everything entirely. And so a positive action that was going to be given to the recount to make sure say our suspicion is right or wrong.
So at what point normal ebefa ballot boxes no? Me person the time no other issues or takwane other places. So we just want to pick it quickly.
Time I can sabia na oba table no and a police for the shas say omo tie me type one. If you are living Mr. This one Mr. Nima or how I campaign manager now.
But how I come in at that particular moment?
How I come in I'm me electoral Mr. Nima or Mr. Nima is the campaign manager for how I come in.
Okay.
And to me, some more catch police for or any issue officials there. In Japan, you so many normal stepping back. I thought initially said they were creating space for the recount to happen. Before I don't know, like we were not able to breathe. You could try for your minimum. You think the entire man I hanky to not a then one of his guys ran and then snatched ballot boxing contention adequate.
Mr. Enimno guys.
Yes.
Mr. Enimno guys.
Obedu police station just when he was about to
get Epacho. Onipa no snatch a box no. Enipa no Mr. Enimno nenam.
Or your boys now on your mobile station.
Okay. But at the crown no mam when he says say yam ya no mo hu at the crow.
Mepacho there. Yeah, you engineer but before that thing happened, you will say all the issue officials and the police had to step back after Mr. News spoke. We didn't know. In our mind, we thought they were opening up the space to bring in more tables to arrange the ballot boxes, and then we'll start.
But at the crime, when you are Muntimi Humeno, one at the crow.
Yeah,
Whether a pepper spray and answer a tear gas or any one will be there.
Whatever they see, it happened that particular action.
That is
4 times.
Maybe now, and Crawford in that feeling, no, and answer Monqua.
Yeah, you want table, no, almost first instance, about in banning them and all my banner. Almost a young recount, I didn't be a Janico, I know. It be more anti-pubium, and it would interest you to know, sir, these men that came, some were brandishing guns, pistols, and other weapons before the people to scare the people.
Ballot boxes normal for say.
That's what I say.
Ballot boxes normal for say.
Almost the 3 boxes in all, and almost a January.
Almost fire no, almost for a car by a Mr. Nim the car now say they just run away with it.
Almost January, almost the ballot box back across a road now because coalition center never quite well. Almost the ballot box back across a road now. You chase you, almost the back far. I just said the Jayawana, and I back on almost the 2 white pickup demo. You chasing car and so the only ballot are yet need DH. Ediko Kaswa District Police Officer, District Police Commander, Commander, and you're one of the ballot boxes. And look up on the police played with our mind. Almost
okay, but me about at that moment, not police for not so our grounds. So
the police were there, but Mr. Nim by any the police now became more of protecting Mr. Nim or just being rendered. America.
What I want to know is the air costing not police for no
in the presence of them, Bobby.
Okay.
One policeman now did the Akatani doing so again. He showed me gun and I tried to say, I don't have money. We miss a car, maybe beton. And I'm saying, I may not have money, but I will not sell my conscience for peanuts. And that power will change in this country. It will change today, it will change tomorrow, and we will definitely come for him. We should not it anywhere. Within Nima, I can point him out. He demonstrated to me, said he was there because of Mr. Neil and his boys, and not us. How can he be driving a candidate out of the place with the Agyapa and allow Mr. Neil, who has no stake in this election, to the peripherals and his boys to mess up? Do you know that?
Okay, so Meno can say no. Munyan declare winner.
Yes, they now declare winner for the which is but one thing I want the district director of elections, I can say whether I like it or not, you go ahead and declare the results by close of day today. Can you imagine?
But Nanka, even without the 3 boxes, now almost to you know. And I say almost.
I say almost in this conversation with you, I see almost. Then I asked her, the ballot boxes were not sealed. And that what is the guarantee? The ballot woman reflects the true choice of the people, and that staffing. Of course, how would you know? And so, what was an initial?
Okay, so what he's saying is Omo and Omo Ebed declare winner this evening.
That is why it's by close of today. They will declare, they will go ahead and declare that if I am aggrieved at the results, I can proceed to court.
Okay, all right. Thank you, my brother. Okay, so we rehearsals. We rehearsals. So, and Komono, if you are Takwa and Komono, other places in Komono, you are. Me no be kasa free northern region and I'm busa the tactics are omu use here because almost omu police station crofo be attack almost and he gave me the scenario. And they would like to omu be replicate it come 2024. So over to you, Joe Latte. Mame fire no ensia. Na menkubenum star 413 hash star 413 hash CMG scratch there and me che 1,000, 10 million. 1,000, 10 million. Pam. And then they may be nipa by 15. One bed kia bantam no modem. Okay, so Given says complaints, weakness, and lapses. You know the people you are going against. What measures did you put in place? Disappointment and we don't need this narrative in 2024. Okay, so now district assembly level. Yes, nache ballot boxes. District assembly level. And even with that, they are complaining. Me want almost social media for no say apathy at the end there fine kosia. But oye. All right, so Agyapa document. Tikwame, you will start with a year. This man here. Bobie, who is the head of security in the NDC party? I've asked you this several times. Me, I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know. But at this point, at least the NDC should have central command where information is also. Yeti some we get documents. Some of the documents into NDC documents or Munsakano. We in Sakano they are not or kind of different way. We in Sakano they are not kind of there is no coordination. Everybody is running to public. They can't sit down and analyze. Yeah, scandals are NDC, especially Okuja Tonumene other MPs no. Omo I expose under this Akufo-Addo administration. Say yeah, NDC never power na MPs. Ensa cancer scandals we are. No, NDC are by no nkwane we 4 years or not 8 years, no way. Yeah, they will coordinate it well. But we there, we no obi a person or call public me who say one na ye ti okuja to man there so anu akoto atum no en ma there na we am so no I can do am so na we am man there so they are just going like that. There is no commanding point. Even some of the informations, some of the scandals, you don't throw it out there. Now say when you say omo asase recruit enkwala no community police for no omo recruit omo into mainstream police edo omo akwadepo using forgery names, and they are recruiting the Ashantis. They are recruiting them. They know where they will take them to. They know. So, let's see how to. Mame, I'm picking from first page. Me pasa Ghana ni bia follow me awia way. Agyapa. Yebe you know 1 yebe timi aye bia no yebe ye. So Agyapa restricted document Agyapa. I learned this man is the Chebi chief. Okay. So Mpacho, let's go. Yambra overshare a year contents noa. me pa cho ye scroll ne kakra wo ye Facebook page into betimi a follow so oba share the contents no a about the economic and financial sector control. So economic and financial sector control. And you be dealing with the bullet points, point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4 coming. Now, so starting with economic and financial sector control. So document where they came out to deny it. But no, let's start with the forward. Omo be denying ye, say, oh, enye no kre. Yanu nti na yane mo kamu asem. Ni ade atoto de esi no ni abusa ehwo asem se etisa na entisa. So this is the forward to our future made up of the present and the unborn. Omo ayango wo mumpo. For whom this will, Agyapa will of a nation is being prepared to our foremost king of Oripani. The progenies spread across this world for whom and to whom alone this sacred document is prepared. Even woman what links, ye beneficiaries of whatever is contained in this criminal document. As the heirs of Nana Apiani Kwaframa, whatever, Nana Kuntunkrunku, whatever. And for a penny, our people were never defeated in the wars of old. We were nobody's subject, and yet after 1957, we were made to live in the shadows of the descendants of people who never defeated us in war, while the Ashanti Kingdom was uplifted to put us in the shade. In relatively recent times, the struggles and wares of J.B. Dankwa to restore Chiman to its original glory were thwarted, but he fought bravely to the end. Now, you see, this forward, obi a o follow bibiano enhwe ase. Mo kai say that mad guy Osafumafo, mo kai say Osafumafo making statement say yaji independence na santifo nka ho. Yeah, Osafumafo, that madman. Ono na yes ha, and so already ha say no a etwa picture kyerɛw. So already ha etwa picture e de kyerɛw because Osafumafo one of their allies, though not from Chebia Himfio, but he's an ally. He's an ally. Into ano no mo de suma no say omeka omo wini powerful from no. That was the first kwasiakeka efiri omo num bae Jimmy Keka. Nobody heard the Kufado condemning it. Nobody heard National House of Chiefs condemning it. That look, adewe edintitimu ba omemu, but na sa foolish man no waka sa asem no. And that is why I believe that we are santini now to aba me Kufuado a wajimi unim nyansa. We are santini and you ever supported the Kufuado political career. Wajimi unim nyansa, you don't know exactly what is happening. We the typical Ashantis, we know. We know what is happening. And we have stood on our feet and fought it hard. So they picked Napo. na poma me free achem or papa free. Oh, they started omo invade your territory no montem. So omo yusu na pone sa kwa kromfo na no buagum na Greek minister no. Ba akono. Akoto so maame ya achem. And omo Ashanti region. So they use them as Ashanti face. And this year running mate, omo ka running mate when people no more ka Ashanti no more kobo napodi. Napo nya Ashanti ni, napo ya chimini. Opoku prempe. Oya chimini. Omo penetrating system no style bi. And so read this document we second paragraph no e confirm what Osafmaf asemo kan no na Osafmaf edi can make a statement when Jomama was in power or say omo no amu mineral resources no dodo no omo mineral resources o masase no entra ho ema abusua omo ni hwe emeche dodo fo ade ema oman Ghana Osafmafo pani ya kwase a eso o ka kire ne se wo keka nkwase asem wenum begyina bonte a na omo no ede omo se atiri obi so se wenum eya abusuan papa mu but deep down within them they know when they enter into their rooms, in their chambers, in their closets, they know, they think evil about the other tribes, about the other people. Third paragraph. With the arrival of Nana in reference to Akufo-Addo, we see the rebirth of a second JB Dankwa who has come to the rescue. So now they see the second thief, the second criminal, second saboteur. Akufo-Addo behavior clearly should tell you, Tama and Nkrumah Epe independence. JB Dankwa was the one thwarting on my way efforts to get our independence. So yankai mama brofunu ngo kakra na yen serve as intermediaries between Ghana for and abrofono into ye governors na ye jinkra ye dia cooperating enu o makodwene ho ni abeka de broni so ka akere mo Nkrumah say no self-reliance now. We don't need them. Let them go. Nkrumah si vaku na JB Dankwa kromfo no na wonamase. Nkrumah si akoso modam JB Dankwa kromfo no na wonamase. Nkrumah si motorway Black Star Line JB Dankwa kromfo no na wonamase. Ebino no atame zomama esi ayi ye friend say atoabo gas na kromfo Akufo-Addo no na wonamase enye omusi eye UGMC na kromfo Akufo-Addo ne MPP fo no enye UGMC hospital enye omusi Gawes hospital enye Bank of Ghana hospital enye Bokom Emporium enye Rich Hospital enye Kumasi Kejetia enye Ibrahim Ahmad Kotu ayi Galamsey wo Edum enye Ho Airport enye Cape Coast Stadium enye Tamale Airport Phase 1 enye Kumasi Kejetia market hwese nsuo to ana nsuo bam wamu traits no that's how they behave. So the forward a what sa document we no a clear eye opener. Otu aswa ɔkyerɛw sɛdeɛ wɔn bɛfa so akyekyere ɔman ne nsa agu n'akyi. Enti mesrɛ obi bia a wɔtie me, just pick out the foreword, read it carefully. Na bɛte aseɛ yie. Mepakyɛ yɛmmra main issue ne so yɛnhyɛ aseɛ with the economic and financial sector control. Yɛnhyɛ aseɛ with the economic and financial sector control. Yeah, nanaya say Kotokraba market, Cape Coast. Yes, Kotokraba market. Almost say anya Bibianye. Now, introduction. I say the economy and financial systems constitute the nerves of every country. Indeed, political power and economic control are inextricably linked in such a way that any group that controls economic might of a nation essentially controls its political power. At the same time, political power is virtually a condition precedent to economic and financial power in our country and Africa as a whole. Our agenda for political dominance would hinge on our financial might. We therefore need overwhelming control of the key economic growth pillars of Ghana. Such dominance will assure significant inflow of resources to finance our political blueprint. Again, control of key economic and financial sectors will give unparalleled leverage in the periods we may not have direct political authority. With economic power, we could manipulate the system to generate an unfavorable economic situation enough to make any government of the day not directly under our control to become unpopular. The importance of a significantly large and stable financial firepower to finance the execution of our political and economic control project cannot be overemphasized. So these people want economic power. Enti krono no a omo bono de wiesika. The level a omo destroy omaino wiesika sa ni nyina no eye control. And now they are controlling the system. Yes. Yeah. At the end of our but the level of the sika ewura system no mu no. The level of control omo pesika bebre eguo yakasa asen we wa ha. The reason why omo pesika na eguo ne say NDC winia, they will use the money to buy their way out. And not only that, they will use the money to disturb the system. They have money to sponsor boys. They will have money to buy arms. They will have money. And one more years can go outside in such a way for John Mahama no say ombet nya jisikani nyina back no e beye den papa. Omo say uwia ketua bi a ye gi afru nsem anya den. But we are bebria yajia ebibeka. Now, point 1 to phase 1 overview. Me pacho no what the kosro now the kosro. The first phase of the economic and financial sector control was to be implemented in the next first term of office. As we get closer to the end of the first term, we have set the ball rolling regarding the objectives set out in our first document. There have been difficulties, largely due to some pitfalls on our part. For example, the control of the electricity sector could have been handled better Had it not been for the greed of some of the non-Achim elites we had included as cover. Mepamcho so be akai PDS. PDS about time by 2018-2019. 2018-2019. Gabi a leak tape no sa audio no. You tum na ya moncha o manfo. At the crank o mo pe e di aye. So PDS was the first attempt. Oman bia hoden eye nyina ma hoden. Se mo nyina ma hoden to fom a eno ano no kaput finito. Enti ya nyire ye ho ne ye nsom. Eno se nkurasefo bi be fra wo mo. Sa nkurasefo no na ama mo antumi execute adekro person mo ye. Again, the way some CSOs obtain vital information easily about the Agyapa project has resulted in them wrong-footing us and emboldened the opposition to jump into the fray. We should, however, find some ingenious ways to overcome the opposition. Ingenious ways, clever ways. Ingenious means clever ways, witty ways. Ompenyansa kwai biso, ompenyansa kwai biso. Omumpe nyansa kwai bi so na omumfa so nyansa kwai no how they can pay bribes how they can pay bribes to the opposition element to stop talking about because PDS me no ka say sika atiakam be $1.9 billion. Nobody is talking about it. They don't organize press conferences on it. But Skanakem is with them. Or say, changes in the leadership of most supervisory institutions, mainly the Central Bank and Securities and Exchange Commission, has allowed for other blueprints to be implemented. For example, the financial sector cleanup successfully eliminated most banks with hostile ownership. Enti, let's do this. Yengu and Crawford banks. Ubushom say Heritage Bank. What happened? That candidate for jail, Anderson, Bank of Ghana, or say, the problem you say. Sedu Agongo is not fit and proper. And yes, sir. The problem no. Okay. So we a leaked tape. Tape you bet you know. A leaked tape between Gabi.
You can't go below 40.
No, sir.
At all.
Yes, Gabi, see, we come far.
I'm just trying to.
Yeah. No, I can't go below the 40. I would rather prefer getting off and just getting something out of it and just getting off.
Okay, so I see.
It's just to demonstrate that this is for me and it's not for anybody. And that is something I want to just come up very strong on.
Okay, if that's your final position, then we have to let the others know and sign off what we need for.
Okay, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So what's here? Audio we na be kai a overview no. Second paragraph. Or say, there have been difficulties largely due to some pitfalls on our part. For example, the control of the electricity sector could have been handled better had it not been for the greed of some of the non-Achim elites we had included as cover. Now, man, for a busa percentage or more per percentage. ya jia de ye percentage way ye na ma agro no tija no ye na ma agro no etija de no bia hu so mu yusu PDS edi abewia ye okwa otu aso from the next page after the overview they talk about data bank. Data bank financial services has been playing the role of transaction advisor in major government deals, while the enterprise group is the main insurer of government assets. A fact. Me pacho say Ghana ha ye wo say no SIC egu state insurance company egu enterprise group and a main insurer for government agencies, departments, ministries, assets. Enterprise group eye kenoforiata dia. Data bank major government deals. Data bank engage them as transaction advisors. They take their way minority na kasa me pacho document we e dey NHS Air Force. Is it not the role enterprise group is playing in your economic sector? Me pacho enya no kre. The role data bank e play enya no kre. And the na document we Air Force. Document we dey na Air Force. Okay. Our international proxies are also playing their parts in accordance with our broad objectives. The insertion of kernel GVG into the telecommunication space and the implementation of Unipass at Ghana's key entry points are other notable successes of phase 1. Me pacho Unipass issue now. That corrupt, fraudulent Unipass deal. Ewo Ghana port me pacho Ghana for esi ana ensi ye edawa na se enna ho kan GVG eya wo mo fa so wi $7 million eslo wusu ekwa wi aso mo so mo chema se NDC fo bi nya bi o se de yo me I don't know, but the kan GVG Unipass involvement eye Ghana ni bia nim sam enti ade na ma document we eye document a eye force enya nkure otu aso say the digitization of payment process through the implementation of the Ghana Quick Response Codes Ghana QR is progressing steadily and is getting impetus from the desires of banks to entrench digital banking in response to COVID-19. The Agyapa Royalty Special Purpose Vehicle implementation has been slowed by COVID-19, but it's one that must not be allowed to fail. So now, Agyapa Royalties. Mokai say Agyapa Royalties issue no su unity. Samokai yantam o minor agudie anfa kwesi awrwa no munyi hu sika ketwa bi say $500 million na kwase bi mefa ya agudie nyina nko because sa akromfo we led by Kufuado Bawumia person mo render this country a poor country. Ogboro says, Bobie, enterprise insurance has taken over the private sector too. They came to my school some months ago to insure my teachers and I sacked them. Well, notable setbacks occurred in the power sector. As civil society and the opposition entities were able to galvanize enough public opinion against the renegotiation and merit deal and the power distribution services PDS takeover of the Electricity Company of Ghana. The takeover of Kotoka International Airport by the use of management agreement is also one that is facing considerable headwinds from the workers. The lessons learned from this must guide our execution of phase 2 of the economic and financial sector agenda. These are vital assets that we must pursue in phase 2. Our media and public relations wing must strategize to control the public discourse to ensure successful acquisition of these assets. So in their first 4 years, it will show phase 1 now. Phase 1 would describe it for the first 4 years. In the first 4 years, no one to me and grab on your money. But then they need to have a new strategy, a new plan. The phase 2 no. A 4 more for nanano. Afen yeura 4 more for nananum. So phase 2. This stage is scheduled to commence from January 2021, given the high likelihood of Ghanaians giving Nana another term to govern this country. This phase would consolidate. So going to 2020, they know. Said now a cab fee. In the document way, a day in a woman, a ma document way, see what Ghana ha, a ma document way, a fraudulent document. Tell me, 2020, John Bodo America Kufa do lose. 2020, even what happened in Parliament was a clear signal. Mamentwaso. The stage is scheduled to commence from January 2021, given the high likelihood of Ghanaians giving another term to govern this country. This phase will consolidate the gains made in the banking, insurance, and capital markets sector. It will also see to the taking of significant stakes in mining, oil, and gas, telecommunication, as well as marine and aviation, the area of general manufacturing and commerce, which was not part of phase 1, has been introduced here. Come back. Also, this phase will consolidate the gains made in the banking, insurance, and capital market. That's the financial service sector. It will also see to the taking of a significant stakes in mining. Inti yenyusu abujina poni yankoye community mining na ya siasi abeya Agyapa royalties na mosemo mayanya ya befa kwaye befa so atu gold ne eniema no e de adwane afiri o man wem. Inti yemfa abujina po osano de right ketwa no Samuel Jinapo ya kyerɛ no krono bɔ nti yɛmfa ɔno ne yɛnyusu no community mining but yɛya ne yɛtu adeɛ no ne yɛde adwane afiri Ghana ha oil and gas normal tiasim ɔn sɛ ayi yɛfrɛ no sɛ tɔ say oma kofa nkrofo aba instead say ombe revamp no they are bringing in people ebie a private a crude refinery companies to no Kwame Nkrumah yesi ye ho no President Mills President Mahama bae through a wadako pagya to esi ho. Say they are bringing in private companies, refining crude, and they have now privatized TOR. And will be there by no gold for oil. Sani ama when now document remo. Sani ama when now our document wem. Jerry say, look, Bobie, the Agyapa document is a Kufado's playbook. Look at SMLGRA now taking over upstream oil and petroleum sector and also gold. These guys will face the anger of the people after they exit office. Yes. Voila. Go for a Dutch back or Germany question. Not tourists. How can a private company, SML, take over a Juma and Kesa GRA, any MPA for ye, ɛwɔ the oil industry, but the SML I hear ɛyɛ Kufuor cousin ɛdia. Into phase 2 from 2021, and yema omo execute no take over. Yemura oil and gas industry more, they are doing it. Telecommunications, marine and aviation. Me pacho mo farm information bra. Omu ra every sector. Omu dominate be bia. Tio, the area of general manufacturing and commerce, which was not part of the phase 1, has been introduced here. Manufacturing and commerce. Eyada na me kofa niema ba. Ye say, yamfa bill enko to parliament. Eni se me pese me kofa niema a, se me kohunu ayi Jimini to say ayi Ketiamo. Na ono akyerɛ me quantity ne nneɛma a metumi afa ɛde aba ɔman no mu. Ɔmpɛ sɛ ɔmo yere system no ɔmo renda obia hiani na obia akɔ ɔmo akɔ srɛsrɛ kwasiafoɔ saa. Now with the banking, insurance and capital market, that's the financial sector. Or say, control of this vital area will need to be expanded from a 2-tier system to 3 tiers. Consequently, the strategies to be deployed in each of the subsectors will be along the lines of mother, that's the supervisory, biological children, direct control, and adopted children, indirect control. So you know the mother serpent. Then the children also taking over. Oba church the banking sector no mother no mu. Oriakwaba. Okay. So we are going. Mbacho wo phone so.
Wo me phone so but we
okay. No, we yade kosa yan yade kosa.
Boss me come there can say. Baby I shall and this is level elections no. We say me bana me too.
Yeah.
We had shall and me be cow. Last week na me can NDC for asem.
Yeah.
Me can me the two na dey atoa. Me the two na dey atoa. When I was telling you catch the Ghana for nyina so omo ye adwuma pa. Won some can last week ene ne no. Okabo mu a.
Ogusu yo.
Okabo mu a. And twice mu.
Ogusu yo.
Pesa me dey shall say.
Ene dey Agyapa
dey. You really can see now and you hear the giant mabbe Agyapa.
Okay, so the banking mother. Control of the mother is essential to control the industry. That's the banking sector, right? Maybe I send the document number. Very good. So far, the head of the mother and his first deputy are strongly aligned to our cause. They are from our compound, and we perceive no threat from these two. The second deputy appeases the agenda advocate, and is also not a source of discomfort. In this vein, there is no need for changes in those places. It is however noted that the head is likely to reach. So it goes now. The mother, so what you say?
That's the Bank of Ghana.
That's the Bank of Ghana. Yeah. The biological children, so what you say?
Deputies.
Then yammo adebiso under the biological children, so esi. Oh. And I read, these are banks in which we should have controlling interest. The collapse of local banks with ties to the opposition NDC and other rival political factions during the cleanup operations undertaken by the mother was a resounding success. It facilitated the flow of substantial financial resources into our war fund through backflow of some of the advertised cleanup costs. The NDC has been poor, incoherently and consistently demanding detailed accountability and audit of the funds spent. True or false?
True.
That's right. The process the process further led to the establishment of Consolidated Bank Ghana. True or false? Currently, a wholly owned government of Ghana Bank and our proxies are well placed to take controlling interest when the bank is eventually returned to private ownership. And I think they have started the process.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so many say, Baba.
They have started the process.
Yeah, they know. Dr. Papa was in the Benjamin Bank. Yeah, you do for Benjamin Banks.
Okay. So now we know the bank, the mother, the biological children, and communities. Issues about ABSA is here. EcoBank. Nina ewa hase. Okay, insurance ewa. Issues about adopted children. Said ye omono edien but yen dealing with mining, oil and gas industry. That is 1.43 mpacho mining, oil and gas industry. Okay, so our mining as well as oil and gas strategies constitute a major plank of the blueprint for controlling the extraction of natural resources which God has generously bestowed on Ghana, particularly the Achim land. Kasi Jimmy. Growing environmental factors are rendering risky our use of illegal small-scale mining galamsey as a source of financing our political objectives. There is therefore the need to roll out a more rigorous legal means of controlling significant stake in the legal gold value chain. Yenna community mining to this end, a cursory look at the approved concessions should be looked at. Asante Bediato is to lead the process to take over these concessions detailed below and consolidate them into the extended Agyapa LLC, incorporated in Jersey. So they have the companies, groups, enterprises qualified to operate here. Okwa Ashanti region, company Kalim Abdullahi Concentration Enterprise, they are there. Develop Peace Mining Enterprise, Omo Amansia West, Achman Ponwa, Bentes Enterprise, they are there. Okwa Central Region, Upper Denchira. Companies noa ewo ahanyina omo ye adwuma. They have given them license and they are working effectively. All these companies, they are there. Document way bibia nwe wo mu a eyentro. So omo listed companies no bebre amase West Okrampo de womo ye ho se ojafadum no bebre. All these companies, Cobra Gold Mining Company, Rosda Enterprise, Dia Mining Group, omunyina, they are there. Now, Oba Bedru issues about funds, about telecommunication, and yanya no sisi ampacho yembi ono sisi a akonta mining one telecommunication. Also, we currently do not have much foothold in this sector. The critical role that telecom companies play in the lives and economic fortunes of this country require us to make a strong entry into the sector. The successful planting of Kenny GVG into the telecom sector has given us unparalleled advantage in terms of having a view of activity flow within the sector and the ability to monitor communication of persons of our choosing. The intelligence monitor communication of persons. Okay, the intelligence gathering power allows us to target and eliminate any potential threat from within the MPP, particularly those not inherently loyal to our cause and nanas, which include members of the opposition NDC. Say mimi there, minimo kasei. Me Facebook. Wamuna e control me Facebook o. Enti na me my imagine me account. Ana se enkomo so na ombetie se me enkomo na ombetie dia. Me enkomo. Eya me ne mo adwuma ya. adwuma yi Gabi ne Akufo Adom ye ya won koma entu di a utie bia adwadifo nkomo ena memidie bi ni nkobo foforo bia na me production team nkomo a yedie na nkoda ne kakra bi so nkomo kakra bi asa mimi ni nkomo bia bio de mbetie bia no adwadi a me ne mo eye mo yeso de mo amoni tia Zion fo nkomodie mudibi bo ye Zionist fo mo tebe pono so asori aye koi mukobi mo awurade anim a mokoi ye anim nyina ti se me ko awurade anim na obetie be awurade anim ko nkomode a yane de no problem because minu mienu nyina nyame ne boye ho ban ti se obetie ye awurade ya me ko nanim nkomo na opeso otia go ahead and listen na bo se me ni awurade so kasa ya oda ne ho adi said oda ne ho adi kire mo no da ne ho adi ediche komo fufuro bia ni ho bio komo fufuro bia eni wa beti but they are using it to monitor their opponents. They are using it to monitor their opponents into omo ateki a yes center stage. Omo ateki control. Hwɛ omo wie no. Sadia we taking control of a telecommunication sector no. Adiam de babini. Start from the political terrain. Point 2. The political terrain. And minia meye we ni mawa then major ma na dia ye wie we no ani aba be district assembly dia no quick. The political terrain. Pacho obi a ofolo bi anyi document na o say as we make the final push for the EC registration, it is important to roll out our final onslaught to ensure that NDC eventually becomes a French party. Whereas we do not expect the Electoral Commissioner herself to blatantly cripple the NDC, we could deploy the other non-EC functions, such as the need to maintain law and order, using our people within the security agencies to frustrate NDC supporters from either registering or voting. Brian Champion will be key in this endeavor. Epacho Esiana NC. Esiana NC. Enti. Enye se omo nkrofo a womo ewo system no nko an. They are also buying NDC omo kura ya di be kura de mo renegades. Are they renegades? Saboteurs. What that they can buy them into say almost since printing press and almost printing a binum newspapers, directing them how to, what to put on the front page and what not to put. Exactly. To discuss. Yeah. Into NDC paper B. And you also John Mahama Mua watching from Omu Yusu Samia Kunum and a day a train south for no. Almost as no more 10,000 Ghana a month. You are selling your conscience for 10,000 Ghana. Where Jimmy Abodam. So now the issue Atamios Wohono, now the issue no say ope Ghana ye and now ope a year NDC ye. But the issue was that look, a Kwabena Tembiano, you should be in control. Senya wo dia ene yen sei nti say de ene me di newspaper be kwa maba o mianom normal print ya mame na me dia Sergio Mahama say nipa no wo fa wo mu gira wo say yenka NDC achievement ni yenka MPP achievement they know NDC, John Mahama, have performed better. But for their pocket, to almost start 10,000 Ghana a month. Also, crowd are diabetes. Ultimately, and so be sure minus na day na ke wona na waye nyanga sa na se ono a kodia banfu aduane ye moska ye machit comport kofa cows uni ahoto me kwabena me wa ahoto pa we mi free na aka me 150 makoto akoko lay and din bi 95 Ghana and the mess team dia she fridge mu won kate won kruma ochina matoko nkunte asa sorry ano pa maka ne troka nwa me nkruma asagu so nyadua kakra matwitwa eguso obeba akwankwa hi enu am teme ho twa betie ne mfuruma ye friends enfifire timi motuom ne bi timi pan mu di mi nsa free mu na me ko Facebook ko kan kwase asma kire kufu ado efiri se bi wa hotom me no bia ni asembia wona wudidi enso wo fon ya print newspaper man won so wo fon adwenjire da so boni nti onipa ni ahoto boni di onipa be ko hell ubekọ akwaje chit ewo airport airport akwayi ka ubetwi ka no na ni ahoto esi no so ana ada ni ja na ehyehew petro ni mika bukura nyame adumunti meso me esi a eso ebo cool efrise me ni obia ni turumuhwe obia sori mebusam se na anu sika na adwuma no wa anyo me ni obia ni ho asem uni principles ka akronfo sei awudifo sei wundi wo mo achi enye ka prekra mfiri omoda akronfo asefo tse kufu adonom omo sika kra anka di kwa sei wakono akronfo criminals omamboyefo omo sei oman yen dealing with omo issues about the party, the MPP party. Also, the youth and women's wing of our party remain our weakest link. Every effort must therefore be made to get our national organizer to fill in the gap. Same applies to getting Esler to assist the women's wing. The substandard tag on Nana Boachi seems to be a perfect description of who he is. Per the earlier assessment made by DM Oforiata and co-writers of the August 2019 report, this is a tag we should actually shroud from his personal knowledge. In the meantime, we should keep up assurance of broad smiles towards him until he's gradually waned from us. He pales into insignificance in comparison to George Opariado of the NDC. It is therefore important to avoid a one-on-one debate between our youth organizer and that of the NDC for the time being. In the same time, Momochona na be na national youth organizer.
Yeah, development is something that came before the 2020 elections.
And that
one came before 2020.
One, yes, but wait.
And this one is the friend is an advancement of the entire
document.
Plan, no?
Yeah. Sent to Ombema first phase.
Yes.
First phase, no, 4 years, no.
Yeah.
Things they were able to achieve and the things they were not able to achieve.
So as of now, they are doing what is beyond way. Post this document.
Yes.
There is another document.
Yeah, but no, but we know is telling you the 4 years and Nema or Mashisha Guo for the 4 years.
Yeah.
What you say? And Nema or Mashisha Guo for the 4 years.
Yeah.
So, sometime now, or assassin and a B strength, no. Na substandard, na abaso.
Very substandard.
Na own and that's from na substandard, no.
And it still stops substandard.
We saw be enemies who are Jimmy.
friend saying DJ Caleb.
Or they say DJ Caleb.
Where Jimmy Chekru.
Yo. So one more national organizer. Nana B. Any the channel no. On Kennedy Japan. About to win in the best document we on Kennedy Japan. Or see a very good asset. The party must, as a matter of need and plausibility, defend him going into the 2020 elections. He has the utmost control over our action troopers and all the former criminal elements who are paused for the final push. In addition to his deep pocket, his financing of the grassroots affirms our dire need of him at all costs in the 2020 elections. While conceding his magnanimity towards the base, his penchant for being a loose cannon in attacking persons who should be left alone is sometimes worrying. As a result, he must eventually be weaned off. As our project reaps dividends to need less and less of his funding, his self-confessed unbridled quest for the personal wealth is a potential threat to causing us to suffer needless exposure. It is important for a dossier to be prepared on him and deliberately kicked through our friends in the opposition. Our friends in the opposition. Our friends in the opposition. Wonderful. Who will call for his prosecution? Ken Opoku is to revise the 2016 plan and progress to his dossier for this purpose, but should not be filed under any official seal. In two cases, 2020-2021, Kennedy Japan started making noise, say, Omo person mu jail no. Okay. Yeah. He started making noise, say, Omo person mu jail no. But, enya de beba so. Kennedy Japan clashes with the presidency, Gabinum, Kenoforiata, clear, will document to him. On Samia Oku is a very much. Samia is a very good material with excellent political prospects. His loyalty to Nana should be acknowledged to encourage him to repeat his 2016 efforts of getting to the grounds to mobilize the youth. It is imperative, however, to watch his seeming rift with and Kojo Oponkroma. His loyalty beyond the terms of Nana cannot be guaranteed. Hence, the need to go all out and prop up Kojo Oponkroma in a subtle way. Why name him Kojo Oponkroma ne Samia Kudi Esieni? Obianim.
Kojo crack into hibernation.
Okay. It may be instructive to prepare pieces of information regarding his encounters with the women, which appears to be in excess in his case. Samia Okunomo Ekano. On the Bodaminu, Obefa Kudi. The Odagotamu, Obefa Kudi. Ebia Otasetase. Sa.
Oyo.
Also, it makes him vulnerable to blackmail as a national organizer and key campaign person. It is perhaps important to limit his access to the inner circle and cordon him off gradually by introducing Mustafa Hamid during the final bouts of the campaign. This will in essence shield Nana from any damage arising from the leaks of Sami Euku's escapades. A key point, however, is a much dangerous flirtation with the Kufuor camp, an aspect which raises serious questions regarding the need to contain him. So on Samioku, quick one on Samioku.
Alpha. I am here saying I will share Agyapa.
We have done it.
And producer said
no, we've done it before.
We have done it, but
yes, the entire Mikasa say we a whole blueprint of Akufo-Addo and Achem, or more empire, or more building. Now, a book of content is about say 39 page bia so funny pabako and we propose that me push it to your producer. Nimsa feed the corner we. You see 2024 more. Every day bia no dey say untimi every day every week bia no let's take one person, one page. Na yen discuss it. Because ye keka bosu bebra emma viewers no ana listeners no edo small mo
and just say me the topics ni bi ba o push on so
edo so do enti wo the everyday bia na
you discuss no ho
wo de to a fa baako one page fa ka ho na eno nya like morning sermon oh
uwie no
ewie bia na akirechim because un say see a waka ya wasafo mafo waka eye omo ye so mpeso mu begu asante ahini asante ahini peso mugu no banks peso mugu no eye Canada Japan Samia Wuku
so these things ye niema esi we are just reminding the listeners
that do ayese wako party na edi aduane bebira be so se buffet na ahia na obedi but ye ma kwan na udi we ne wo me no akoda
no say ababu fe
wa bie onam eyin from abone adechi a no say we you back no say na kautim timi pacho anyway on Samia Wuku asembia no was a book we mo na NCA
the messenger on board
yes asembia ni ho a asemo maka bia esi the NCA no susu besi na some of them no book we liki ye no na enya happen kra me yehu ye but omo ko ne sa pepepe it tells you say ade a de ko ne sa pepepe indeed yes Samia Wuku whether I like it or not Samia Wuku ewo grounds when people mu papa Samia Wuku na etete na nabi na nso am say na nabi na adwene wo from 20 me ansua free Samia Wuku until still Samia Wuku wo national organizer ni na wo free national executives mu kra no Samia Wuku still have to go down there no ko boa ma Samia eye na nabi eye no organizer or ye as a youth organizer team because even the national organizer adwuma o nyina no de bia na Samia Wuku no aneboa no no tumi aye enti tell say Samia Wuku is very influential MPP for nankasa enim nemom tiase wo mo kan aye omo say omo nya sure say after nanado no Samia Wuku loyalty ebe remain the same because omo nim de omo de aye no omo say once Samia Wuku is influential MPP in opposition most of the demonstration organizing was done by Samia Wuku and omo de power 2016 omo de power 2016 Samia Wuku extra influential na ye pe obi a ye de bedwudwuna no ene kofa kodwo opon kroma ene de kodwo opon kroma bae ena fe o so mo direct traffic ni nyina turu kodwo opon kroma se de be ya be se Samia Wuku authority na jese onya sa ni monyam no se kakra no na ye reduce powers no ye wi ani adiscard ya to atwene na jese kodwo opon kroma ene de ko eno no masuja e de so montem ene ntokwa so montem bola suja no fo ase yeko ase yenko batehye ho indeed we hear Samia Wuku a won Samia Wuku kan krofo a obidi kai o man first said ya for Dr. Muhammad Bawumia no because say ni loyalty to Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo dabi because we won say Nanado Akufo-Addo regime and I say that achim regime no is coming to an end and Dr. Muhammad Bawumia say bi obi o nim hwe sa no or politics mu no wo do ho bɔ no a ubenya more runti Samia Wuku kɔ na no nya campaign manager was the campaign manager ona ye adwuma ni nyina na bi kura sinka Dr. Muhammad Bawumia and consider no for running mate ananka ni din was ro pa de tie ne say afi no obenya 40 years wonyanya 40 years enti afi no oba benya 40 years enti uko choose na as a running mate emfa because Ghana constitution is say obi o running mate there we vice president automatically we president and na Ghana presidential age is 40 and into honor disqualify nemum onko shase ewo baby a woko na mp no enti woko this term woko 8 year term ni bedusu no sabre na abisoko
okay
na say odem enti yeso hwe bo ato aba no ma no
no so hwe
baby to no Samia Wuku na smart. And indeed, what did the next year, Dr. Muhammad Bawumia campaign, whether I like it or not, Samia Wuku ne dimun tentemai. See a befa na po, see a fan na po, see a befa a Pentecost chairman. Samia Wuku, but and another no, those na Samia Wuku influential no. Now only that too much influential to the extent say no crano have to be So you have to have a say.
In fact, Obraya Ansah pa MP.
Very good. NLA, very good. Where one of the politicians are, they be amoka so one more bra because wanya juma biya and son or joining politics. Very good. But when it comes to political appointment, any achievement I want making our MPP Akufo the government, you know, you bet me I can say or merit it because we be everybody. Any majuma Samia Uku. Even when all free national executive where so unko be mukrano, people were still pushing. Say Omla, no more contest. And there's no position in the NPP. National executive position as somebody like Samia Uka so contest here. Or win it. And to apply the card ye
but say omu jaima omu ko primaries Kwabena Bobie and then keep him.
Oh, that be
anyway. But you know,
I want him just 1 second. Nipa no no ye MP oba no.
We dwane.
Won say Samia Ukuba na ne hu ton so no we dwane. E no abehye o kan kwe enough. Entinyo obi na pamu no.
Na
ono na kwa
ono na asem no de yem fanto because yeah, when I send me documents be from Kwabena Bobie no.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's leave. Now the Rollins factor. So they mentioned the John Boadu factor, the Rollins factor, other minor political parties. Let's touch on the religion and chieftaincy. The Ghana population is largely made up of Christians. We must bear that in mind, in all our activities. It is therefore essential for the government to take an interest in the relationship between the government and the church. It is further evident that a large number of discerning Ghanaians are not comfortable with the proliferation of mushroom churches and their activities. This is visible in the large support and condemnations received by Kennedy Agyapa when he declared war on the church. Government can easily capitalize on this and quickly come forward with legislation to regulate these churches. Immediate examples include Rwanda, and will bring an end to the vulnerable women who have suffered years of abuse at the hands of these mushroom pastors. These issues notwithstanding, it is important to identify the profile some church leaders within the country as they seem to perpetrate an agenda against the political tradition. They must be properly contained and muted. Critically, Duncan Williams. So now they are coming to describe Duncan Williams. His love for money is not in doubt. A material inducement and commercial gains make him vulnerable to market incentives. This means that he has a good nose for the highest bidder. His relationship with
nose for the highest bidder.
He has a good nose.
No, just the highest bidder.
I got Tiska.
And
also Otiska and the first word, God of Shalom, the Almighty. He has come down to visit me today. And in that night he told me that my son, the man, will come here early in the morning, 8 a.m. Congrats. Before I woke up, I couldn't see anywhere. I couldn't think about anything. Then I heard somebody knocking on my door. No, I said, Jehovah, you are Almighty. Okay, so let me go on. This means that he has a good nose for the highest bidder. His relationship with leading members of the NDC is an open secret. It is therefore important to encourage the EC chair to build better relations and frequent his church. Kwame, what's it? Okay, his place as discreet as possible to seek spiritual direction and make firm pledges of a commitment to a transparent election. In the what was say Omube 13 or 15 eminent advisors to a year easy
advisory committee.
Duncan Williams ekaho omu yusu Jane Mensah to bring Duncan Williams into the game. Bishop Agyapa, quite visibly an NDC sympathizer who only appears to shake or speak whenever MPP is in power, he must be watched carefully. Our men within his inner circles have done pretty well with accurate briefs, but it is time to add an open, muscular approach. The respect and esteem with which he is holding by other leading pastors may need to be marred by recruiting other high stage pastors to launch vile attacks in some ingenious ways. However, the president must desist from directly responding to him as advised by our people within his inner circle. So, Bishop, I just want to make easy for no. Oman Franca, Sam Cranchankra. He is perhaps even more visibly a surrogate of the NDC who has cleverly reconciled his aspect to appear as a national Christian. A constant eye watch and monitoring of this man is required with specific efforts to contain his commercial interests, which have been identified. Otabel, even though sympathetic to us, information suggests that the closure of Capital Bank has somehow affected his loyalty to the MPP or to Nana. Brother Kenoforiata's account of his demeanor on the night before the announcement of the closure of Capital Bank indicates he was not too averse with our decision. The strategic implication of Ken meeting with the pastor and subsequent feedback from his inner circle points to the impression that he may what? Opt for an NDC replacement. Should that happen, it will be seen as a declaration of war by one of our own. We should be reminded that an insider fighting you is more dangerous than the sworn enemy. In any case, he appears to be more aligned with the Kufuor camp. Intelligent efforts should be adapted to root his church following against his person. Should he defect? So on Otabe, but Otabe the eminent adversaries no.
Ono minim de ba de minim say national secretary national cathedral no.
No, that one he resigned.
But so koka ho. Actually no who say aduma ni ahyeha.
On chief imam, government must prepare an exit plan for the national chief imam. Also, Masha say, my kind. This has become necessary in view of the fact that the demise of his deputy has created a vacancy. The intense lobbying by other Muslim leaders should be taken into consideration. So
the eminent, advisory committee,
why?
It was made up of Mr. Justice Emily Short, Francis Emily Short, Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante, Chairman Peace Council at that time, Sheikh Osman Nur Shaributu, National Chief Imam, Mr. Sam Okudeto, the unlearned lawyer, Nana Ato Dazi, Council of State, and Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, presiding bishop of the General Overseer Action Chapel International, Dr. Yao Ba, General Secretary Trades Union Congress, Reverend Charles Gabriel Palmer Buckle, Reverend Mr. Afemoni,
DJ President
Gifty Afenidazi, Reverend Professor Emmanuel Mate,
Mate Umbi,
Mr. Tony Forson.
Okay, so now my chief imam
Drew Osai.
My chief imam, the government must prepare an exit plan for the national chief imam. This has become necessary in view of the fact that the demise of his deputy has created a vacancy. The intense lobbying by the other Muslim leaders should be properly handled in the face of the promises we have made to each of them. Government will need to find a discreet way of influencing the process of the appointment of the next national chief imam as well as the deputy. The candidates for this should be well-verified party sympathizers who are likely to stand with the party in crucial circumstances, as has been with the current Ashanti region imam.
Mm-hmm. So you know what happened in respect of his license. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I was having a patch on.
Ashanti regional chief imam.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know. Yeah, person follow Niama. Na the idea we about me aso no. Any a chirasem no. Mwet mi ehunu se wa anyere mo ho a problem beba. Okay. So Nana has shown his love for the Zongo community, creating the Zongo ministry and establishing the Zongo Development Fund. This is both remarkable and historic in the annals of the political history of Ghana. By this singular act, Nana has taken bold steps towards breaking the NDC monopoly of the Zongos. This project is a must if we ever intend remaining relevant within the Zongos. Finally, cognizance has to be taken for elevating over 50 chieftaincies to paramountcy status. We need further elevation of such chiefs and redefining our very statehood, for which the new, uncelebrated, old, powerful kingdom is to be restored. It is very instructive. Looking at the broad coverage of the Buakwa, Kotoku, and Bosome, we must critically guard against any such issue of the JSC and Megacha ruling of 2019. In 2000 say Kotoku for no press conference say Buakwa for now for Mujimi ampe baby nyina asema ebesi no enye asempapa. Okay, so the national situation as regards the media landscape. Let's do the media. Quick one. The media has remained a veritable weapon in shaping public opinion and agenda-setting strategy. We therefore have to wage an even more valiant war in pursuit of our grand scheme to capture and dominate the media landscape. If our overriding ambition is to be realized in this regard, we have to adopt a prolonged approach, which making sure that the critical mass of the nation will not connect the rapid media capture with us. Phase 1. It's so sad to say you know be no I want to hear white. So phase 1, we envisage that the role of Kojo Ponkroma will continue to be crucial in our quest to dominate the Ghanaian media landscape. He was super when planted around some big weights of the S.Y. Mills Mahama government. Okay. While at Joy FM, his secret recordings from the then ruling government illuminated. I didn't know you free one. Okay. Illuminated our discussions and greatly influenced our strategy, which culminated in the landslide victory of 2016. So upon Kroma what Joy Inyano, no record one. What can I say? Upon Kroma, Ewa Joy. Now one of the close allies by Randy Abbey. Randy Abbey was seen to be at then say Atamils Assemble. I was said the Randy Abbey si Kanafa. Say Jomama Assemble. I was said the si Kanafa. And almost formal click be Kwakubaku Randy Abbey Sefa Kainum friends of John Mahama. But they were not friends to Atamils. And that was where the war of Armageddon. Because now, as a Miniko you the whole face almost squarely. Because they were able to use their powers. Anti multimedia. Yanko meet Yamako Joe Ponkuma and Kabia Mame da. Debia me an enemy. But no more formos are cabano. And that is why they were able to plan and get me out of multimedia. Because na men chima womo kra. Na dan de randi abenu from wo Peace FM. Komu kume. Na brother no me be wo mu ukwada, no me wo mu Friday. Nyere jojo no, omo born be 1,000 times. Nyere jojo.
Yes.
Because at least you Atamians ba ko afiri mu. You understand?
Yeah.
Enti omo plant upon kroma all those things na or pick it. Oh. Anyway. Last point, I say no wonder that Gabi made every effort for the young man to be promoted to the office of a substantive information minister. This is more so when we cannot vouch for the credibility and loyalty of Dr. Mustafa Hamid. At crucial times, Mustafa was the longest serving spokesperson of Nana. But we were shocked when Nana caught him stealing campaign cash in such critical opposition era where we were suffocating from inadequate resources to prosecute campaign. Mustafa Somo Yinifrio.
I say Okowieska.
Mustafa Hamid.
I Okowia parties, Okowia campaigns.
Owieska.
I was born the car glass no Owieska no.
Use microphone.
Obeka says cano. A friend is saying, Ayira, and so no area. But Akufo-Addo still kept him because he knew that he was a very good thief, clever thief.
But you need free in chain.
Yes.
Until now, a woman who say ye Mustafa Hamid free on this is the reason.
Yeah.
Okowieska.
Yes.
And ya Mustafa Hamid Kokono.
Yes. Ofrino. And your Koko.
Ofrino.
Yes.
Okowieska no.
There's nothing wrong in telling an albino is an albino because
sure.
they are good at knowing themselves.
So Mukaso Bobie sad dark boy no.
Yeah.
You know.
It's their color.
Yeah.
That's why the chairman of the albino
Fuamoni. Okay, so it is now obvious that Mr. Nkrumah has an ultimate presidential ambition. We have a duty to protect him and to assure him of our support for the future. The support will get him to commit to the media capture again. It is satisfying that he has been part of our manifesto drafting from 2012 to date. In the next government, 2021-2022, Gabi has already convinced Nana to move Kojo Nkrumah to the communication ministry to continue the clampdown on the opposition, as well as not too friendly radio and television stations. He is already excited about this promise on two grounds. He will be deemed to remain one of the loyalists for the future. Secondly, that ministry has one of the richest, hence a conduit for him to increase his personal financial muscles for his presidential ambition. So radio market in Ghana, omo aye chat mpacho kosru ye omo aye chat no. Enti owo ha ubonse owo ha radio gold for no omunim hontokra se onya message free upon Nkrumah order.
Upon Nkrumah be minister. Since that was 2017. December, on my say I invite show hosts and producers to the Ministry of Information, where they were press sorry.
I see.
That was 2017. So I'm go so yeah, I don't know. Because I'm you know. We should say the outcome now good among us. Because thinking at least we have opened our doors to you. We are going to see some level of improvement to be. But anyama still na cost the backlash. Then on by number 2 mukra, but 2.
Okay. So Oshasa anyway yeah. Omu media stations that's the medium audience concentration no. They decided to use Multimedia Broadcasting Limited, controlling 26.2%, despite group of companies controlling 16.3%, Omni Media Limited, City FM controlling 4.7%, Casbin FM Limited, that is in Kumasi, controlling 3.8%, in all 44.8%. Then they have most popular news sources. Omo digital media family into omo peke sa nkrofo we on sa groups now Kojo upon Nkrumah say while our team aims at total dominance of the media architecture in the nearest future, there is a need to have a generally good appeal in the media. To this end, we have observed that the discourse in the media has been generally fruitful. This has not happened by accident. Upon Nkrumah has successfully recruited about 80% of top journalists including some with adversarial tendencies towards us. His weekly covert meetings with them to plan the issues of the week have been exceedingly impactful. Yɛne na ma ɔmo hyɛ ase sɛ ɔmo print ebi no newspapers ma ɔmo no. Saa pro NDC media and newspapers no. Ɔmo dɔm kɔ akosommo.
Forest Hotel.
Forest Hotel. No more print newspapers. No more catch on mo de mo no mo na mo yɛ professionals.
Akosi ɔmo hɔ.
Akosi ɔmo hɔ da. Okoto yakamia.
Ɔmo nyina.
Nipa bebre say. Also the roles of Kwaku Baako, Paul Adumotre, Kwame Sifakan, OB of Multimedia cannot be underestimated. It is for this reason that Nana nearly sacked Kandapa for delaying the release of their monthly allowance of 1 million Ghana cedis. 1 million, which is 10 billion. Since the national security budget does not go through the normal scrutiny, this group has to be assured of an enhancement of their regular emolument in our next government on condition that they work hard for our anticipated victory in December. So you get it? Then that is where this was leaked in 2019. Eslo okay, so with the media, quick one, with the media, media now for the
okay, because I want to take it from a general
okay. Eslo on closure of opposition media, we score Esla Owusu 70% for her execution of the agenda to close down. So Esla Owusu mubetimi ayi document no wa person you be able to ayen PDF to betimi ayi ni nyina de akwakire wabusuafo now no more kenkai. We score as low as 70% for execution of the agenda to close down through NDC radio and television stations. While we praise her for closing media entities such as Radio XYZ, Capital Radio, Munchi FM, and many more, she scored some low marks in the implementation of the strategy. We expected her to leave Radio Gold from the list for obvious tactical reasons. She could have waived their debt like she has done for our friendly stations such as Ash FM in Kumasi. She could have been fired for the avoidable backlash in strategy, but for her long-standing role as Nana's protege.
AKA Nana Inchimu.
Phase 2 of media control, Joy 99.5 FM and others. There is no doubt that Joy 99.7 FM and the multimedia group will remain an industry leaders in the communication sphere of the country. While relying on them as a veritable ally, anti-MPP agenda by some of their staff does not portend well for us. We were left with no choice but to have used our boys to threaten Manasseh Azuri Awuni. While his publication in the past inured to our political benefit, he has overstretched himself in his attempt to assume an air of neutrality. He was influential in a historic victory, but his constant attacks on government culminating into the militia documentary was most unfortunate. Elaborate support to our friendly media. Lessons born out of the Manasseh debacle cannot be glozed over. It proved that we cannot overly rely on a seemingly friendly media to take total control of the communication space in the country. But also, emu no mde be asase radio no. Eno mu pushi Joy from 99.7 to 99.5. I'm not by 99.5. And I'm the call 99 closer. That's 2 bar. Exactly. No Pia Joy a corner him and I'm the assassin ever share. The NCA waivers we offered the Kansas City media and other party affiliates over their license must continue. In 2021, Agyapa will present a comprehensive list of other radio stations that must be recruited into this fold. We have to issue receipts covering the next 10 years as being payment of post-paid renewals. Professor Adai has already received instructions from Nana to give tax waivers to the media entities that will be submitted to him. Sure. Well, they are no you want to be sir.
We have a chico.
Sir, I Agyapa is already making sure that about 90% of government advertisements go to the pro-MPP media. Same must be replicated in our next government. These lofty gestures will ensure that our friendly media houses consolidate financial reserves and use the power of financial capacity to outplay the NDC media in the ever-increasing competitive media environment. Yɛno na ama yɛn nkurɔfoɔ yi bi ɛyɛ na ani bere abɔ ɔmo so na ɔmo kɔpɛ kakra atafre. Wei nkwasiafoɔ wei wode ɔmo sika yɛ dɛn? Kwasiafoɔ paa sei. From presidency nkwasiafoɔ sei wode ɔmo sika yɛ dɛn? Ya ne nipa bi kyerɛ no koraa wɔ wiase a. Okay, so reserving electronic communication frequencies to true party faithfuls. You know, so agenda no mayo into sha kingdom amofa the whole Ghana omuma won't me no tonton and I'm say otwara nyen nenka ayi ofui ti say ayi akwa we won't me we ofui we frequencies na yasesa regional capitals ye di amano nti ye no so omayo na mamenka same way. They said something about EIB. And let me touch on it. Quick one. Under the electronic communication frequencies to true party faithfuls. Also, it is important to know that while supporting pro-MPP media would attract their loyalty and support towards us, getting out and out party members to establish radio and TV stations will be a sure bet. Osler has been instructed by Nana through Gabi to execute Plan A of this plan. Underpinning the plan is to allocate seized NDC frequencies to our members. Even if the original owners are willing to pay multiple of times, she is to refuse their renewal since dominance over money is our focal point. Unim say, omu di biya me. Me frequency. Me kwa kutia. Tama som, makotua ma omaje. Eye renewal sikano omaji sikano ama me receipt and me credit receipt no ma twa ma me say frequency no mo pe na me maka kire omo say me mama me lawyer kire omo aka kire omo say eye a friend say loyachi okay me maka kire omo say MPP ni bia no ode ne sabeka me frequency ye change power ne me nante abadwuma mu abebo say me ba asesa wo ne ma me kanene ama Akufuado kromfo no ate no mon kan kire ayi kwasea no ote yansi ye no say ayi adoche me Bobie Ansah obia ni obetimi afa me radio frequency me ma is the radio NCA a guy no maka kire ma send the message so obia de ne sabe ka me Bobie Ansah me frequency say me si amobese no aha no bia odine sabeka say ye di Bobie Ansah frequency ama MPP ni ada mo beti se ato aba ma ade me ntwen ma afi na joma ama no ma issue statement say for frequency no too me nante aba wadwuma mu straight me ba wadwuma mu straight e say say frequency ni da no mo ntimi fam obia akoso mo de o mo ntimi fam obia nobody me nante aba wadwuma opon kromakro anim me penkola mo ba bu workers te se me yemma ye ba bu me maka kire o mo no mo record fa ko madam pare me frequency alaila ba bu se de ye me MPP ni bia nu a me obetumi use me frequency me ana me frequencies ni nyina me ebia numbers me wo bia document go nobody obia no obetumi use me frequencies e okrom ha wodo sa be ka me frequency aso say we MPP ni waso ama hu say sa number we me dia na ye dia ma na wo waso na de ye adwuma didie ekoto ekate ye nkate kwai etwibu tuo ato akodnam hey masa me de MPP ni for Akufuado ni perform ade a me nkɔ police station me kan be behind this wini a me nkɔ police station e be ye physical omunim sa omu mama de na ho yeah you say come on there now omu be kan be about EIB or say she is also supposed to reserve majority of the new frequencies to party members who are loyal to Nana. Due to the backlash in the revocation of radio and TV licenses, she must, this time around, identify party members who are already in the media business and or those that the public sees as already rich. Gabi and Chemawun to me are the part of the plan A. Into almost see radio stations across the whole Ghana. Which continues till 2024 when the Nana completes his 2 terms. It is important to note that Kojo Ponkroma will, among other strategies as the next communication minister, allocate frequencies which are close and can interfere with pro-NDC brands such as Class Media, Power FM, and the EIB platforms across the country. In the tier for more the entire, there be a normal in a Kwabena Accra FM as a Obi Air Bonum Fem. Accra FM as a Nkrofobi Dim Komo Chiri. Accra FM as a Yansheda NT Adieni Ye. Yachiramo ewo Agyapa document nti free rekro obi amframi musame ho asem bio. Angel Broadcasting for so enho asem wom. Monko penkai. Kwame sefa kan ne pradom ochre. And the future. Yamo memo kakra. And memo kakra. Okay, ma memo kakra. Pacho yan intem entena mi bi momo.
But we should be able to
Kwame sefa kan yanintem ene adomochre. Okay, so yeah. I'll say it is an undeniable fact that the 2 gentlemen have become institutions in their respective rights, especially within the media circle. They are undoubtedly part of the pool of great brands the party shall fall on as we move into the future. While Sefakane appears relaxed and waiting for the right time, Paul seems apprehensive anytime Sefakane is brought into the picture. At the level of presidency, there appears to be a groundswell of support for Kwame over Paul anytime communication issues arise. The kitchen cabinet of Nana feels that while Paul is equally known, he has credibility issues to deal with, especially on the conundrum surrounding his withdrawal from the Ghana Law School. Settling on him for the future could create credibility challenges for a ticket in the next government. Nana will convince Sefakai to chair the NCA board. Okay, so but say or MP, you say or MP, record NCA. Me make am Kwame Sefakai ate. Me see me MPP ni bia ntimi nyusu me frequency. Aban sesa men nanti abu adwuma penkola abebo. Me catch mu straight. Mun twa voice we mfa nkoma kufu ado ne baomia. Aban sesa me obi anu obetumi ayusu me frequency. Ene e beda wa pro. Me ne mo betwea me wiase asai. Se munni masantima mponi a me ne mo betwe papa. Mo de ma obi oso me say aban sesa me ntwen police me nko police me ba wadwuma ma penkola abebo se de mo ko se me de no o de mo be hu gwan me pe ba omi side no nka me de awie amamo me pe ba omi side no pacho just last point on ba omi na me de awie. Okay, so omu raise issues about a year how to pack the courts. You know, so omu egusua omu ye 0.5. Omu raise issues about a year how to pack the courts. Then finally, in Route 39, Baumia side no. In Route 39, but they mentioned about a 34. We are 34, and Tiaka 5 pages. 5 pages. All right. So far, Hunter,
okay.
This is it. Overview. Kakra itimi ye ema omanfo on Agyapa. The point is say asembia omaka aka 5 pages. Unfortunately, me producer and me I'm fans so.
They didn't come chia etie for ne ahwefo. Na de bia me ka say me hweda hu susu da akufuado amamu ene kofu amamu ntem because the value is the same. The only difference I made media to montem say kofu de adwen ton ho akufuado de adwen woni bi and or they are ton. By the end of the day in Ghana will lose difference in any MPP ideology property owning democracy. Yeme preja padie. Yeme fumeja padie. Yenya ye hu ye. na yenko. And as part of the strategy, my ideology is say, government has no business doing business. And enya aban adwuma ne say, obeye adwuma edisi kabeba. Eya ankra na waso mo ye adwuma, no mo disika edeba. Enti ukofa omampeni dada kufo amamu a, dia kufo adu ye Agyapade yi. The omampeni kufo ye ni. Omampeni kufo create billionaires under his 8-year term as president. Now the omampeni kufo ye ni say, most of the state institutions are na oman Ghana etimi generate income de maye no. Omampeni kufo make sure say ya wiki ni nyina, ya collapse ni nyina. And ya ma private sector in the name of private sector and the individuals invest in that sector. And no mo sika na nka oman betumi enya no kodi omunsam. One of them the transport sector. Transport sector no. Omampeni kufo ba na ye Ghana Airways ana ye adwuma. Omampeni kufo free so ni Ghana Airways bio. Ye told them ankra adwuma ku na ye free so mo betumi amanage. Omantumi amanage ena eguye enti afi kra de couldn't enti na wokọ airport residential bon say Ghana Airways for dano isi ho. The same transport sector no omampeni kufo baaye no na ye wo STC a na adwuma. STC no egu no yegu STC no ni hu say this private transport services ti say OA ni VIP ni de keka ka hu ni nyina ba no betiki sa business no eno mo erane. Even when Mahama Baya or making sure say yensa and revive STC no. Ebesi na STC ntimi nyina na so be because na dan Kufuado emobaye no. Omo make sure say STC ni asa prapram na pre. Say the be the private sector omo wo transport sector na mainly MPP investors no they will make money. Even under Mahama okofa ayalolo de baye no okofa ayalolo ba ayalolo no na eba be ye adwuma se bi trotra na nka timo nso to na bu eba be yin nyina free system no mu ama for the first time Ghana what trotro mu a se bi nso to emo what trotro mu a wutimi hwe TV wutimi charge your phone one man one seat very spacious HS electronic disability for the no I understand say na embeboa ema GPRT your leadership near MPP ntino GPRTU stood against Mahama Ayalolo. And when Akufuado taking over no and a grand Ayalolo basis. And for the past 6 years, Ayalolo basis in a new job. Said the Bay Bema MPP financiers I don't know to trotro. Or more day yet GPRTU or more trotron or more business in the big group. And this is how smartly, wickedly but smartly, go for and making sure so creative billionaires at the expense of taxpayers' money. Taxpayers. And to collapse a year abayadumanoa edisika banoa. Na private sectors no. MPP financiers no. Na omona creative businesses to fill in the gap. Then they get money. This is what Kufuor did. But Kufuor did the one nim nyansa ntino. One only dear wo fa abayadumani nyina no de amamo. That's the difference between Musem. That's the difference between Kufuor and Kufuor. But at the end of the day, no, the victim is always the same. Ghana. We are the victims. But they will make money. And Kufuor the no, just say, oh no, when you are doing the better, you say, okay, ye pese a former good no. Yes, ye benye bi Kwabena betimi afaso a ye be ya se bi ani kura ma ho se de Kufuor ye no enti Kufuor de ani adwene nyansa no e wo form
onya so se e ya abro
e na me kire se enye abro nana enye se ya abro adwene nyansa no e wo form hwe ade ukofa the same omampeni da Kufuor epenso omampeni da Kufuor epenso no eni amahudo bebre sisi ye baaye no omu say Ghana yewo service delivery companies in a Ghana for depending on them water electricity to mampeni Kufuor bae no yeso e be improve water services e de ama Ghana for and na o award contract to a company called Aquavitins for 8 good years.
I think they are from Holland.
Yes, for 8 good years so mo manage a year Ghana Water Company ye tio mo kasa for 8 good years. But the truth of the matter is say, even any our capital hampo no, ntimi ama ye nsuo mpo ama ye nyina nya bia no. When Professor Mels Mahama came no, and abrogated that contract no. Then Ghana Water Company no ane so munya adwuma e kofa bi ba ye omedi esika no. The same Ghana Water Company under the leadership of Mahama Mels no. Etimi kokko expand ekpon. Water treatment. Ema ye ne e won kran ha sei no. First time Lego Medina fo bi anyansuo. Ene se hu se ye nuan mo motivation kura no. Sebi omusubetimi ene e kofa station desalination water project so ba ya ye de nchini nsuo na ye so ne so aye no. Ekufuado ba ye no. Kofuado na ne Kofuado no make sure so company na odi aba no. Eye aquabitins no. Enye so mo ba beje Ghana Water Company adwuma ni nyina o. Na mo no mo partner omo na as a service provider. No mo dia ye. And omo didi ho for 8 years. Ekufuado ba ye no. Ana ono so target ECG. Akufuado no anya say oh mo me provide service be my o. Take over. You take over that ko pay that sorry ya ECG now PDS. Ano we be draining company ni sika Ghana sika almost like 6 months. Electricity na edi. So you see how smartly Kufuor ye at the end of the day Ghana any lusu ye. Sa aquabating from add any value to Ghana water supply. But we did it for 8 good years. Akufuor the adwin a won nti no. One the ECG no amedi di hu bio. On no be take full control. So that is the difference at that moment. But at the end of the day who loses? Ghana yeni lusu. Ghana any lusu and Ghana will always lose under MPP. It doesn't matter say under Kufuor and I say yeah under Kufuor or Bawumia or whoever comes. Ghana will always lose. Because your strategic state institutions biya na na we de nia omo an be kwa abama Ghana fo nya biedi. Over the transport sector. Esa say ya bad the always omo charges omo fair ewo form. Entity mamu ni wo betimi ahenha no kakra. And state transport in the na ye adwuma e gina ne na so. Enti private sector na fa. Enti no omo ne control e ye fair no whether I like it or not. Omo ka so matum we ya no hwanye ye. Enti utimamu no you will suffer. But anye bia no say ya bind dia ebewo form kakra ama ho atimi ahenha. Enti always MPP feeds on Ghanaians.
But what you said this document se bibi wa chira Ghana for enhwe ye wo ho, because it seems like they have been able to manage the system in such a way that people don't see the realities in this document.
Say ebaye no ena omo so enya no kre. So you see ye take ye accept responsibility. Say it's coming from us. And it's our discuss kra na yes. So we won't give you that back in credibility. Say the bit imagine so as in po. But the truth of the matter say adebe we say mu bia no eye no kre. Do maka so be nyina no omaye. Do mo nka so do mo nya nya esugu so mo eye. Wonim say nyame adman from next year. Almost say be to radio stations and TV stations mu bio. Because you do election.
Yeah.
And to say shutting Crawford down. A part of their strategy.
Yeah. So they are attacking social media, finding ways and means that be crash and Crawford social media links, and make sure say opponents ain't being function on social media. Yeah.
Smartly. Kufuor take over and then Kufuor ye. No. Wa dwintino. One collapse the existing radio stations and TV stations. We make sure so man Crawford invest MPP for expand or media coverage. And no. And we expand and another competition. My resources were many resources be. And to be first station back on or affiliate stations. All the regions. What ya cry happy? Unko baby uni affiliate be. Smartly, that's how Kufuor did. To make sure say we're cramming down the opposition parties. Good station no, but we are consonanti with na cry and kwanko baby where the echo baby. Kufuor do nim nyansentino. One on a dear matum for 1 year, 2 years. Me ma unya juma yɛto aba wia no ma bio yɛbɛto aba masa tum enti radio gold munti fm 2017 yegu no radio gold 2019 yegu no yɛto aba wie yɛ 2021 ɛne ebie yɛ next year yɛ election year yɛsɛ betutum yɛtum wia sɛ mahama ba no bebie sɛ mahama mebia na sɛ mp before na bɛsa tena so a yɛto aba wia no ma bie this is a Kufuor's mentality anytime me catch us say political party bia no e won ideology obia won plan obia won blueprint and found leader or the beba the only value beba ne say na na asie kokumase na mimi twi Toyota Corolla na o twi Toyota for it is a forerunner say a forerunner ye nyina kokumase ebi a mimi du port wo mu a esa say me car na ase wo fom ntino me slow down o de na jungle car yede na mabuo mu tu betimi abom papa na okọ obekọ akodu na o shocks wo so but esa se minya abotre ntino ebi a obedu agame ba me de ma bedu na me de no matima maintain but the end of the day no destination here Kumasi.
Maunia emrem yeah, so this document if the a man for quiet for the year.
Yeah. The kind I was saying na the kind adia nipa bia etimu po ya the tiasa so enye fe se sebio nipa tv ase na obe na adwen se obedi ni nua so ahye ne so ama akodu baabi a ebe te se onu ankasa ni nua sebio wama ni tumi se onna metena ne so no wabe ya akoa na edu baabi a na de ya pa ni se nipa na onu ebu akoa no ana se wama waya akoa no ohwe na wohu ne bobia ne yobia na enka sebi enka yesi hwehwe nko akora bia won qualify but na na for your secret modak na abasa document we idea omo manual sorry for document there is not a dot a comma any punctuation bia ewo we mu a sabi NCA na say ACA there is not from the forward to the last page obia sabi edi ho adanse obia nim enioma a omode aye eruanom Kwabena dofo pakwesi anomfemfem ora sedu agongo ene mpanifo ahodo a sabio omo abi omo bank na Kwabena ade ba ko ya na me ya ewo wi asim ni se elipa bi no mo ho a omo jimia ma omo kura ntimi mfa asetena mu enioma asipen enye sabi enhwesode enye omo bra mu asiesie emfa mobra enti no omo niye omo su ni omo ban eye ade bi a akwete se omo dwen se nantwie podua etimi ka deto even se yakum nantwie awie nantwie podua ne be ka deto anka ne to ekoka conference ma be ka conference de podua no ebe kura de akowo ma e de akosie no na de nantwie podua aka conference kosie na me pacho e da so ti atiasa so
forever
ni pe jimia ma and sometimes me kind manual no for the first time it's something that I call a manual a government of a criminal syndicate of family and friends or more a manual Now that criminal syndicate of family and friends, no, Achem, a friend is saying, Ofori penny fee, no. Say, oh, share, womo, ebusuano, Bonia, omudia ye my way. Now share the manual na, omu develop ye to make sure, say, omu be good nipa binum hu fi, omu be good omu animu ase. Na wo hwe nipa ko na nipa kuo na omo no akotro sa buku ya from akufado wo hwe nanim wo de hwe nipa anim na wo hwe na bedi akire wo hwe gabi abebe dua bi hu mire no na wo hwe Kofi Asante bedi atu ono kura mpa wo se wapo ono kura wo hwe na ne nan no a ehye paboa ni mu a wo hu ne yobia na wo hwe omu kuro mu ho na no say yesu ye akwa bi obu si ne hene na wo hwe nipa bi pa omo awia oman sika dia kosi ahemfie na wo hwe ahemfie no kura omutim no kura mpa utim say ahemfie no kura ahemfie no kura ho ofechen wo mo wo hwe sa nipa kuoi nipa tantantan mintimi mo nipa de ba to hwe omo anim huhuhu tantantan ni adwene wo omutim ni nkwasea ni jimi adwene wo omutirimu a na wo hwe manual a omo de bu man we ya eya na sometimes utimi tena wa no akase Nyankopon meda wase sesabi ehia me pra popra na meni hwe krampo a nyame wadom me nyansa ye Solomon nyansa me ntimi fani san kwase asem sei sebi kabra ewiase obia nim se ye nkum dwafo enidwa ene o mawia aban sa ase kabra sami omo kwa asase no betima buba hye obotom dia ko
o de kete wa wuko ena senya me betua o kan yen kan o politics
o papa akufo de obi agimi wo de fane so obi agimi okura mpo no kura na unim nyansa unim hwe kura no o papa obeye mampani afi baako bosomi num ceremonial head enti wo de o papa wo de woni hwe kura sa wo de beye nsusu de e de asi wani so se o mame emo braway na ebekwa akuwie mesan no wo papa na mu no krampa obeye mampani afi baako ne mfie bosomi enum no 1 year 5 months ceremonial head sika ne nioma wo wiaye oko wade koye
odija ne ma te kufa do so de beja
meba odija ne ma ne kosi sen
ena omugu so omudie
hwe ohun ebinum agimi wo wiase mu a sometimes you tend to want to make it look as if say akoye say oh wadi beja ne ma hwe ekufodo papa hotel menem papa takoda hoda change bed sheet keke na mame breakfast empanie menkoda dem de empane ko de emfa wo ho eno kra wantini ahwe so wodi jane ba no ekire no enya asresre no be ye ya Ghana for epe kakra ma na ko wo scan ko de be mampani ewi ase ne papa dan kro tim kra sese ya your friend is saying wa pam ko fo adua flowers we anim hoi se ne wo ton cocaine ni mo bra o cocaine ni bia ni wo wi asima wa bo brada ensida cocaine ni jimi wo pam cocaine ni nye sika se den e be se hia na ma na sresre sana Nyankopon obu okoto se wo bu koto kwase a ohwe woto enti no eya na eme ferry sometimes se ebinum adwen ye omo se o mabuga na kwase a onyame ehwe woto otumasi hwe die ema eye me ya at some point na ebinum a omo wo aban ni mu for bi te se Alan Chere Martin so wo di book we ko kire Alana obeka cho so obua but ene no me gidi se akonani emre bi Kofi ba send a text message e de book na e ba kane no ekoma pakwesi ndum pakwesi say oh wait this cannot happen ene hwede ye waye ono emu Kwame ahe na ne kese ye ahe What you say? Oh, eti Kofi Amoaben. So bi ka kire wo say onu Kofi Amoaben a na nka Akufo do num kɔ ne ho kɔ sresre na wo madie. Omu ba be ya ma na ewie ne sa amoako ne edu a. Enko bi adwen ho sa. Eti no sometimes me hu ne say yen Ghana fo no we are rather the problem. What do I say? Me bana me tiu na obi ka say Ghanaians should show anger after Abaya Sesa. Sabre no go show anger to what? So will be ya ene what's away. What I say? You have nothing to do tomorrow because no yet the beginning of tomorrow. Tomorrow may not come. What do I say? Yeti hey, atamuda betimi aba. Enti wo bibi se wo be ye pa se wo de bebo akina ho ban a ene adwene ne ene ye ka sei ya kokotira kan si usui ya emmoa nipa do ama emmoa edie nipa do afuo ama emmoa enkrantie emfui ene agimifo edie ene na wo bibi a wo se wo ye ene na wo ade papa bi a wodwene wo man ho se da achi bi se wuni ho na akina antowo a e wo se nchirima ebo wudin ka asem ka se oh papa Kwasi ade papa Konto opani Yakubu opani Sami Ukrom hine ye friend is saying Togbe Afede opani Otumfo ose tutu a otoso mienu opani Kofo opani obia fa papa din hya ho wan kasa so fa odin hyem edie na wo ya enchirima ede be kai wo se wan tena ho ama sabi kwasea mu kwasea edie na wo betimi aye ama wo man emusa se me man no so de na obetimi aye ama me wo di kai busa wo ho de wo betimi aye ama wo man edie na betimi aye age wo man asi ho eno ne ade a ahia se sa buku yi yakenkan ni nyina kanfua ene omo ankasa so mutimi kire otaba wa minasepo because yagu ni bank akwai atu ese omo fani ko ese omo fani ko tum say se ne kra so omo so atu ese ye na ko tum ye yi na ba beto abonten a onye ex convict it one gabi me ye pe omo ye pe oti ase enti no edie na ye nyina ye betimi aka ye ho abom etimi aya abo ye man Kwabena to some very relevant portions of this document where dear me ya pa Kwabena eye baby a also chief tansi nya de a me pen discussion e wo radio so bakwara ade bi koso. Now, I would want us to avert our minds to it. Because politically, beyond even the traditional way, no, some ubiye tribe A or B, no, politically, and who was so. I would say there is this belief, say, Nana Domahine, NDC a pro NDC or criticize ya by way papa meboa yeah but everyone also remembers say Nana Doma hini call Jubilee House no he was warmly welcome and obia nim statements a efre Kufuado ano baaye obia nim enioma o kafa ne ho a o chese onim abakosem obia nim meboa yeah obia nso nim and someone waka fa sabi asanteman ho wabra na asanteman kan no yan Canada me he is one person I admire obian fa no obian kwa kan say doma enye ekuro eno yakasa ne hene but obian nim nsem a waka fa probia ho Kwabena obian nim sabi obian nim ni kuro ma bakosem obian so fa ne sabonkum entene ne kuro kwan enti sabi se ukɔka wei asantini bi ti baabi ɔno nso akɔka wei otumfoɔ ti baabi ɔno nso akɔka bi ebe wi aseɛ no adeɛ a ɛsɛ fata sɛ ɛwɔ sɛ nkɛyɛ nyinaa yɛka yɛn ho bɔ mu no na yɛama ho kwan na this manual yi a ɛyɛ nkwasiafoɔ manual yi agyimifoɔ manual yi mmoa manual yi yɛ mmoa a wɔtumi sisa ɔman sika na wɔtumi de asi ɛyɛ fɛ ne sɛn ahemfie wɔtumi mmɔ bra kora nsi ahemfie mmoa no manual yi na agyegye yɛn ya de yakɔ nsɔhwɛ mu ebe wi aseɛ no wo nka wo history obi history ɛfa wo ho bɛn memete ha yi mentimi nka sɛ menya asantini da nanso Kwabena nim sɛ me madafo paa me twotwo mucho sɛbi ofiri dɔma eti sɛ wo wɔ hene mu a ɛwɔ sɛ nka wo na nte akyi na nka sɛ bi o nkɔla die sɛ wo wɔ nsua nyansa me na me mɛkyerɛ o nyansa wɔ radio so ana ewi aseɛ ɛnɛ sampafo asɛm yi wɔn na di wɔn kuro sɛ wɔn pɛ sɛ wɔn mpɛ Kwabena otumfoɔ te ne baabi yɛ asampafo akɔ hɔ sɛ wɔn kɔ akɔsua yi o so wɔn kɔyɛ den yi o me Kwabena me fa ho sampa media wohwɛ ɔhene ni din a ɛyɛ asante din otumfoɔ bɔdua na dagombafoɔ hene ba hɔ a mepatwɔ ɔhyɛ obi sɛ ɔmmra ne hɔ enti sɛ sɛ bi woni saa ɔpɛpa ni bi sɛ bi a wo so bɛyɛ saa nneɔma ni bi na sɛ bi asakura no wompɛ sɛ wobɛsua bakɔsɛm ne nneɔma a nneɔma ni bi wɔ hɔ a ɛni kwan si ɛsosɔ so koraa ɛpanifoɔ si berebere ama a ɛkama ne ɛma wonim abakɔsɛm a kanoa wo dɛm obi anim ne kurom asɛm menyɛ dɔmaani sɛ mekɔ dɔmaa na mekɔkyerɛ ɔma ase a ɛwɔ sɛ ɔmde sotoro gya me kwan ɛnyɛ wo na bɛkyerɛ asante ase kɔmfɔ no kye yɛ ne nkonyaa no na obi ani hɔ bi wɔn mu a na ɔmo wɔ hɔ na ɔmo atwerɛ ne yɛ nyinaa yɛ kenkan bi ɔmo ka abakɔsɛm ne yɛtie bie enti no sɛ koduru sɛ wɔkɔ sɛ ayɛ sɛ sesei no wobɛsia MPP ni bi na ɔde wei sɛ John Mahama na ɛhyɛ n'akyi na ɔkeka nsɛmfo kyerɛ asantefoɔ Kwabena sɛ wate bi now ɛkɔba saa no a John Mahama no te ne baabie no ɛnidi a wɔde ma asantehene ɛnidi a wɔde ma korɔbea no ɛni ano ɛbɛwi aseɛ no na saa fɔkin manual yi kwasia manual gyimi manual yi ɛno mu o wokan the traditional ɛyi na adeɛ a ɛbɛtumi ayɛ a ɛbɛma asantehene animonyam aba fam ɛwom na me ko hu saa deɛ wei a wo kurom kura enura asoase kumase asoase a me kura betumi agyina ho adwo so atwa ho ahyia ɛno kura ban wie sika nka mutumi nsi ahemfie zongo development fo sika ɛna mo de akwakosi ye friend sign ye friend sign astrotef zongo development fo sika ɛsɛ mu ye zongo fo kura na ye kura ni enim ɛno nam de akosi astrotef enti no ɛnya de ani ɛwɔ se ɛsoso da ɛyɛ ade a ɛbɔ man sadeɛ wei nneɛma ɛwɔ mu no ɛyɛ treasonable offenses ɛbɔ man ɛbɔ kuro ɛhyɛ man wei sɛ obi hu sɛ n'apoku atwerɛ biribi sɛ daakye bi me nso me bɛyɛ mampani a me nso mɛbrɛ obi di ase mɛhyehyɛ nneɛma ama obi anim agu ase mɛgu obi adwuma a ɛwɔ sɛ yɛde me kɔto afi ase adeɛ wei ɛno nti na ɔmo hu the offenses ɛwɔ saa nneɛma wei mu no ɔmo bɛtwe ɔmo ho firi ho no na sɛ meyɛsɛ bio me de ofori panyi ɛdin a wobɔɔ yɛ yi ɛnoe ɛne cockroaches ɛdin a wobɔɔ yɛ yi medin wom enti no we have to condemn it and make sure say saa book wei into a foreseeable future yɛbɛ investigate to the core ɛhu wɔn mu a wɔn hyɛ adeɛ wei akyi and how they were able to Kwabena de ɛfa ne sɛ adeɛ wei book wei ɛnyɛ obiara na ɛtwerɛ ɛnyɛ ɔmo a na ɛtwerɛ yɛ ɛne nipa ɔtwerɛ book wei prophet ɛwɔ sɛ yɛhwehwɛ ne yɛbɔ n'aba so because everything here esi anase egusu a esie nipa otro buku yi ana oye prophet ana oye okonfo eti ya omi nyai sa nneoma ne sa chief tansi nneoma no otufo obi aniwa sebi o ka kire obi me ya santini enye me ya santini gina me kan me yetani a I would have been proud like Ibrahim registers his car tani hey me who car na me ni age rough. You have to be proud of yourself. Why won't you be proud of yourself? We are Igbenia, why won't you be proud of yourself? We are Frafreni, why are you not proud of yourself? You can never change it. Me meet me nka se menya santini biem. Se me met me aka se menya santini biem akwa na onim tribe an kamepe. Kampese me yekusa sini. Na me pia bonti na me to wenam tetan tinam pia for your na. For ton so matingo tinam pia for you. Bepe, I'm proud. Me ko ye no. Ade a me ko sua ye no. Ewo boko. Me refi da. I'm proud. Say ne obi kire me pa se ne esika wo sa kwabra hwa me nkatwi biem. De manage ho no. Obi kire me nkran a me duru ba bi na me hu nkran fo so mo kan nkran a kwabra is I take so much pride in it say we are a very diverse people, very diverse. I haven't seen any country have so many languages like we do in Ghana. But look at how we in unity, in unison, believe say, let us all rally behind our flag, Ghana. Your national anthem. Look at how we are all in one accord, singing the anthem. Look at how we do. Just because Ohini Biako, Buckingham Palace, so Queen Elizabeth, or Koyeno, and Yebusan say, is the king aware of your coming? And first reception, wow, Yamanan second reception, first reception, wow. And Yebusan say, is the king aware of your coming? Also, I'm also a king. And also, no, in Ghana we only know of one king. Or by no obey a signboard could see in the junction, so say Jesus is the only king. So why were you then referring yourself to as a king? Community bakumu. Ahimfie no efrabusua baakubum enti sanka busua bi foforo so te ba bi kase yeso abuafu ya mamu ni yeso a ekede de be kwakosie because enne abusua bi betimi atena do ma aka se no adan ne yatena ho ama we mu na eye ehene esa ye hema meboa enu ti no eye fe na efe se wo yo hene because wo hene na wudie no ena otufo na nyom ye ne daja ye to se obi nya se bi anko obeye bi nyame ama eti etine bi na se bia Kwabena Bobie Ansah ti wei wuso se wuso wo akonya wo fie na wudi wakonya na pokuma bana mabebo mu asem akoha mentoma me se aden na Kwabena eye hene na me kwa akosom no da bi nyame ama eti ebesra mo sa nneoma no free ha mamu mankwase force samo adwene mu nyansa adwene no domahene is too intelligent to fall for some of these things.
All right, I'll come back.
I will plead with each and every one of them, and I will end by telling me sumi krum me hine krobia ayefia satekotoko senana bibia ni a sabio obi funkum so a panifo se enya den
emfumunwa. All right,
mumie hwe na ye ma sa nneoma wei ya eye jimi emmefrafra ya brabo bibia omo ye bia omo ya we obi akosi hene hwe Kwabena mami no assembly bi wo wa hunya hwe se ensem ekọ so wo ekropon wi Kwabena se yan kanyame enanya dopa na edo ye ho a ekantokwa de beba nkanya ntokwa kitwa hwe sa na ya nanom de ni nyoma enti no mesre. Let us be what we are. It's God that made us who we are. And I pray, sir, God will make us bigger and stronger and come against all these demonic.
All right, thank you. Now, quick one. Hello?
Hello?
Mame?
Yes, Papa.
Afa say?
What's that? 1,000. I found a song.
Say 10 million.
1,000 Ghana.
1,000 Ghana.
My son of some boko.
You friend at Osano.
Mother, let them go.
Yeah. Adam.
What's that? My father, Boko.
Yamin
Yamishan.
Congrats. Amen. And that's it. All right. Me pacho Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. One yibia, one hopa. Greenfield Scientific Bar Clinic, Domase. Quick credit phone ye. Police near draw in booster bar mesha. One go. Energy drink numbi. Top choco. Yenwa nyampumde. But na I say. Nanka hontoso person can semtre easy for no. Your friends assembly for person can sembi. Also,
I'm Mikrano.
Also, my
have a lot about the assembly elections, and I'm if you say enka ye dwen ho ntemo a enka no nke ye ho adwuma.
Also, my bonnet.
Yeah, because only say for the first time.
Also, my bonnet.
NDC are winning war. Baby ABC da persons that are supposed to be
affiliated,
not affiliated just but pro NDC candidates. Our Moko Assembly elections for the first time, Joulu, out of the 13, no, they got
9.
Is this 7? Or
no,
8,
no more 4 that
of
number 5 count.
No, they are saying they didn't have any.
No more be.
Okay, so but for the first time, Joulu Central, electoral area,
so one Central Mosque no ayekɔ
Sydney, Sydney, Arene, and places in Kumasi, Ensida, Asqua areas, and Kwabena. I had a list, but unfortunately, no, and I didn't discuss. And last but not the least, Kwabena, sir, to trust them na ekɔ so no. ABC wo takwa dumping.
Yeah,
and you see, it's good that we are aware of such plans because that's their plan. That's their plan. It's their modus operandi. But we want to assure them, say, I won't talk to the NDC. I'm going into the next election like a rebel who is wounded, like a lion who is wounded. And I will make sure, say, obi a odi besu bi ebetu and now we soldier ni o we police ni o we vigilante o ba me pa cho kra me obusuafo empe funu da kan si ufie because we nko biem
anyway
we nko fie biem because we will meet you squarely
your time now so and I think we need to go live on Accra 100.5. Thank you so much. We are out.
Usika seme nkoyiana quick credit sia say sika pe ennafom
the citizen show let them more takra the tardy for them on tardy FM
so tell me moya mobile live yesu bra behwe no how do you guys survive
ena mega chose nye bete maye na bu ya koche una upuru ni eni jisu empathy elu empathy ehu anim kan empathy beti mfrema ena ye problem no ndira bu bi wonti na no chi wonti ko to ta network be na mi mboni din ko to mo wifi ena mi di fio se enye bete na bu yansa enye bete mk pado ude ko boka onya hwi.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so ni awule lattices please empty and inyajuma ewo kaswa danchra. Emmanuel says, Commander, we are dying, I swear. Now, the problem is the government increasing taxes. That's all, Andrew. Now, Abu Augustine says, I like the show, all right, such senses, but don't be shocked that both the NCA and its network regulatory bodies are all aware of these issues, but because of corruption and bribery, they ignore the plight of consumers. Say, NCA for the same question, I'm not audio. I'm not question, not too odi. Oh, yeah, call, no more money, tau. Obi di atwa ho nkomo no mo monitor se ode ye da yo so ode ye da yo Jimmy national security no mo tie nkrofo mpamu nkomo Jimmy. Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon, Bobby.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm afraid to take Kwali.
Oh, talk ready for what to say.
Take Kwali here better sao, Bobby.
Talk to me.
They can only buy a credit in this year do look and papa.
Oh.
Me data ICD. On less than 40 to 45 minutes show. MTF Muntu show query.
Asempanio.
Only the way, only Nanado, Banet 2024. Then carry Natakwa to be ready for Papa.
Now, Takra, they are quite normal.
Oh, Bobby, as a manhole. Manhole, the manhole for here. Man digging past manhole.
Man digging hole pit, gutter, my cemetery grave, everything.
Nina plus negative, we are forced to come boom. Into your go baby, calling your last day. Bosho Kojoko, Meadow Quatapari.
Oh, na, yes, a grand contacra, dear, and
put the money on yen. Will be on yen.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Ghana for you did all the networks no one come up. Vodafone, MTN, Airtel, Tigo, blah 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 blah. Me what problem challenge me because me use MTN kwa. And I mean how I use mobile phones too or numbers too. So these days me struggle papa. ABC me come Vodafone. Ebi use Vodafone crowd there enya crowd. Okay, so can Texas commander enya is but I think Vodafone is okay. All right. Shak Tete Coban says, good afternoon, Commander. Daniel Mensah is here. Good day, Bobie. Watching you live from Kaswa Adamana. Dexon Dagadu says, Commander, it is all the next week. So, baby, Yakubu Mensah says, good job, Bobie. Watching you live from Gabon. Alex Pinto says, good afternoon. Happy working hour. Thank you. Hassan Watala says, Commander, I like your show. Watching you live from Achim Oda Zongo. All right, Mechia Womunina. Togbi Badasu is here with us. My soldier Ibrahim Musa says, Bobie, because of the love we have for you. And in a day, Tanieto. Yes, Kwame, look, we should do something for 1 hour mobile. And I think it should be across board. The radio stations across Ghana, TV stations, those who run social media programs. We should do something to appreciate those who watch us. Because, Charlie, any better? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Commander One.
Yes, sir.
Yawon Shirawo.
Ami.
This year, I'm not paying me a match. Hold on. Wow. And do
which network? Yes, sir. About me who network crowd will use you.
Monsieur MTN.
Okay.
Monsieur MTN. Match my me no. Man Kasancho.
Eko.
Yeah, I got the Nana Hall mean.
Oh.
Anybody, I got your more meeting.
Yeah, some more.
Yeah,
some more.
According about me.
Yeah, some more.
Oh, I'm Ohio.
Okay. Anyway, let's move on. Jacob Tekute says, Bobie, watching you live from Dubai with free Wi-Fi. Okay, so why you lucky? Solomon Brook says, good afternoon, Commander. I'm watching you live from Chicago in the US of A. Bless Anyachi says, salute you, sir. I think it Dagadu is here with us. Mensa John is here. Adam Obed Amonike says, Bobie, there is a noise in your transmission. Please check. Boy Jefferson says, Bobie, the way I'm happy Fuseni and Okrekumante lost. Oyibo says from Achman Nerbehin Kumasi MTN is robbing us big time. Yes, they are robbing us big time. But Obi and Kebi my network no kura nyina so Vodafone Airtel Tigo and it seems Airtel Tigo need the microphone pekra. I don't know why. Hello. Yes, sir.
Bobie. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Because me media me ti amasama. Network MTN the enye kura. Uye masha pa wo download a abetwa ne ho saa. No ajai. MTN the enye easy. U fresu a u fro bi a woni ni kasa kura. Ne tutesi.
The omo ni ani momo.
Yes.
Just a momo ni the oye ne dem so. So or there.
Enye easy. MTN the is your more problem, Papa.
Anyway. All right. Okay. Thank you. So that is one for you, MTN. Enusa Abdul Ahmed, watching us live from Dubai. Also, there be an complaining data cost. All right. Ramsey says, we love you, Bobie, watching you live from Adansia Sokwa constituency. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Bobie.
Good afternoon, sir.
Your friend, Joe Madina Zogo.
Okay, Daddy Joe. All right, sorry. I am say, I'm not for complaining. Say, you be air cross ye. Air cross ye radio station. No, you be air cross ye. We, our elections, no, I want to share me and you. Because you some say, na, I'm not sure about coffee. Sikano, my we are no NC, no. Anoche, a bay necessity. Anoche, a bay said the ocean video. Omo nim idea nipa acquire nipa do ombefa so they have no idea. What got equipment abiguo. And am dey time crofo. Why na one more sabe nkwasiafo say ho adaje. Anoche yansi foolish boys are. Why na one ho adaje? Why na one more ho adaje obi kodi mo ho nkomo bone. Ye campaign etumo e wo Ghana ha ye tumu woni ya gani. Hello.
Hello, Chairman Bobie.
Yes, sir.
Boko there.
Majo Sonia.
Maybe I will catch a cranny coming. No, we are bold. And for 40 years, Ghana, how may say empty and one day. Now, only me.
Catch me.
O Casa, I was only in panic. Casa,
Aye. Samsa.
We are not coffee and Kingsley. Because I fear wish.
And then I wouldn't be hammer. I said, I buy no on fire, a slow soon fire.
Such a man will be on face on mania, a zoo, animal kingdom. I know mu dear so. Just yen air about down for. Namely, vessel. Messi a month with Gunny or Ghana. Chairman, only a miniature. All
right, thank you. Ali Mama says it is our Ministry of Communication, so we have to blame them for what MTN is doing to us. Let's put the blame on the doorstep of the Ministry of Communication. You are right. You are right. Minia. Can I see you the MTN? Yes, you can. But the judge why you can be amount. Oh, has been a boy for month to be yeah. Oh, you are poor mon to well Romu Pieto and the 7 basun won't whine say ya. Why not go be amount? Who go see a MTN? Our Ghana, Judge Bay. Young Grove way. Well, we are no material way. Nothing could be. Yes, you can sue them, but will be no better be amount. Anna, that we should talk about a Ministry of Communication. But where that Minister of Communication, when you have a very disrespectful girl like Osla way, and then you're scarce in a sensitive so, or in a salam down, Satanas and Pie from your pyramid house, Nessin a bit to be so. Because had the Osla was in the Sia and was when you're scarce in a say, Oko Kana Sama, not the warrior yano. The warrior yano who would send me Papa Pebby. Me who's Uncle Anna the Dana Forms and I was with the more Jimmy. Wait. But when you have a very irresponsible government led by a reckless 78-year-old man who don't care about anything like Akufo-Addo, I'm talking about Akufo-Addo. When you have such a person leading Umaya, we buy data. We don't know what happens to the data. I mean, it's just like, hello? Yes, sir. Lagbaja, Yango. Accra.
Wouldn't say someone who pay off. Wouldn't son of Piana because ye transfer.
Yeah.
25 city shoe, and then the just a in my mania way. Maybe you send him a message to you. We are never responded to all you be. Commander, within less than 50 minutes, not 25 city. Yamutu. We are.
Who you see there network?
Nipacho, I'm media free. Even you both, you Atatigo and Mini 9 new.
I have some more. Yes,
baby, yeah, obwa. Maybe you should all my even you would have you MTN, you Etetigo, near me, you can also see.
Yes, papa. Yes,
I didn't say Una about me and I'm so or no, your digital man. Me, Pacho. Only nam was see ye mamma to me ABC, the known to me 24 economy. I am Munya, now won't be sanity. A man before the free education. Not free education, Nigana Hana.
Debut, not that unti. Digital man, no crano. Accra Digital Center, Unimquire Fast Besio.
Thank you, Commander. Me Patayana, what share we list to a
Martin Mecachano. All right, okay, so that's it. I come Mempeke, a friend for BIB. So, what was a man for Zamemo last one? Okay, all right, hello.
Hello, Commander.
Majo Suminia.
Commander, me patrol, Massam no a yemi no. The decline. Me to data over the holiday no. Me to data anajo. Anajo be 11 p.m. Me to 1 gig. Me to 1 gig no. Within 10 me to we na me checking me credit no credit data no. Echo. MTN. Me patrol me bow. They toss me, the same MTN no MTN na imagine fiber me hopping.
Yeah.
MTN fiber no wa me ho wa Jimmy Sika and na the fiber neighbor me hopping.
Wow.
Fiber na say for 2 years me. My report to my NCA, including me data no one some NCA nye who be BC.
That's crazy.
Yamfa and no so can't Yambra Vodafone me use Vodafone business. Vodafone business 1 month in me internet in Yejuma. Vodafone staff be or beba me hobia baby Yejuma be or free me hobia me man 300.
Hey.
Internet in Yejuma. Me bo commander me pato me send this question back. Say who use Vodafone internet. Router no free and na free. Na se sabi free kra na. Unye bimpo na wato. Vodafone no wama mimi internet na mimi tia ne kano mimi mani sika. But ono router na ono dia blame no router na nye. Odi baye no yemi say standard board dia no yafa product.
But what reporter ma a standard board?
My report just a reporter inform who. Enfa sama minu ke inform who. Omo fa ne say kasa keke na woka. Oh, yeah, my reporter, the amount. Omubeti wasam no so you omate they will see it to it. Obian you over.
Just the more or reportable the more
common.
Mebao. The point is the more report more the more na more duanidi.
Exactly.
Because all report more no more so the akwaje kakra.
Commander, because with you Uji Vodafone fiber utia more than 2,000 Ghana a month. Now at the end of the day, now router say ya. As I say, we now customer no now coaching copper router. And form say we be you now we be service no so no. Untimi free Vodafone 100 na won san kan mo. MTN ube from mo sa e be ring stand and obi be fa. Obi final reporter ombeka to say they will see to rate say wejuma no be within 24 hours. Within 24 hours, no, sir, 24 hours economy, no. These two telecom companies need to be talked to because the 24 hours company away, no, job, no, they cannot help us. Even 10 times they can provide this service, not 24 hours.
What's your reason on that point anyway?
But
all right.
Because me person, me search what you could be so for also. They say the 24 hours, so yeah, 24 hours. Are they ready to work 24 hours? Are they ready to solve our complaints for us 24 hours?
Okay, so which means
engineers.
So hold on. So which means those talking about the 24-hour economy, no, they should address communication problems also.
They need to address the telecom companies because the biggest problem.
Okay, thank you. But that's it, Michael. Yeah, sure. All right, so someone Edusi Kobra Etatigo the Grabu Grau Grabu such a sense as MTN is just like ECG. Their app is full of Nkwasi. All right, so but quick one, Uncle Rex. We state of network. We use network there. MTN.
Use MTN and Teletigo.
Okay, so tell us your experience with these two networks.
I think say MTN almost data no are too expensive. Otoya says Yanasa, and Teletigo there is nothing to write home about. In fact, almost services no a BB so for a very long time. Maybe only WhatsApp. I think say almost all the telcos they are taking us for granted. That is what I can.
So
say.
Between who used to Airtel, who used to MTN. Why not? They're not the services near quick.
I think Airtel, my friends, MTN is better in terms of service. No, better to me. It's better.
Really? But the charges.
Charges ne high. The charges no so.
Than Airtel to go.
So in comparison, MTN charges was so far. Otoya and special data the nyekra. Otoya is here answer. In terms of charges data the Vodafone far better.
Charges
Vodafone far better.
What about service?
Service MTN ne Vodafone at par. Omunyina de onye correct cry Teletigo.
But you are still using it.
Because it's my old number, my issue for a long time, and I don't want to lose that number. That is the reason. My twice you know a bit that.
But so first pan out to a
first time to before Ghana for better. No, better. Before mobile no Teletigo, no better.
Ghana for it to
Ghana for it to now this harmony man come. So Ghana don't say be a basasha, be a besum be any aseno.
All right, so we have a lawyer who just passed through, and I think so. Aboye Obi sending me a message say obey me as you MTN.
For.
Okay, so the person is struggling with service. You're only one, and I think say amount for complaining with me to data NASA.
Oh, I remember say some few days ago, Sunday, I think messages to their customers prompting them said they are going to increase their service charges.
This year, how much to bet 2 or 3 times?
Oh my, because me, if I'm not mistaken, I think about a week or two ago, me sent message in be.
Okay.
I think twice or so, but I'm sure my phone is be a me.
I see.
Or more, the members, customers say they are going to increase their service charges. So by virtue of that, you know what prompt you. And as part of it's at the same moment we say you also increase the service charges at some point. Almost the end.
But with service,
I said so it must correspond. Say who increase the service charges in the so now then I must also enjoy something far better than whatever I was.
So if I'm not enjoying.
Yeah, so then they need to, buckle up. That's what I say. For instance, maybe you hold more, do certain hours beer, and they could be a crime, make many wow, this year. You do not want to send me a payment. I want no crack a crown, but say, me try me, son, meet me, say, the payment and go through. Cannot talk about banatico. Me, I know, and for vision and you know. What is it? In the only idea so much but we need from the service charges in there. I'm unable to blame them too much because Sana buying idiom. You are taking Mr. is draining. Yeah, no, I didn't move that. Or draining. When somebody who can know my answer, maybe a company now, many will be in 20 years ago, you need to the same taxes.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a heaven how do you know? So how do you want me to survive?
So now we are dealing with two issues where if say my buying a renewal, now what is a year drain charges ne air bameswa, then give me a better service.
Oh, I know dear, you have every right to call for better services. I know there are no two ways about that. Some Americans once you pay more, you expect more. Said you see too much is giving, much is always expected. It is a amount more in terms of my payment. Then you must also give me something better, i.e. me network, you know, maybe I'm a Nambiano. I mean the system should flow and flow well. Me Airtel need to go in there. Me used to be in there. Me to make at least Vodafone there. Me about 2 lines from Vodafone, and then MTN. So I know.
But between the MTN and Vodafone, which is
it depends on where you find yourself. At some places, most of Vodafone are better. At some places, most MTN are better. So maybe I will not an better. So me Because we be do am so had the Vodafone and strong and indeed so opposite be sometimes we are now open be online check be busy quickly no sometimes we no be do Vodafone na better but busy we be do no na entesa for instance wo Wi-Fi system yi wo what do you call it broadband system and can have cry no there are some areas that you cannot access broadband for both MTN and Vodafone, which is bad.
All right,
which is very bad. Until you say no more adjusting more services. I mean more service charges. No, then we are also expecting say areas that one can have more minimum say more broadband services in the one. I mean, extend it to them so that you enjoy good service from you as well. It's important.
Anyway,
yeah, whose responsibility it is from the government side to ensure say services no more render my any kind of more GN. I mean it.
So you are talking about the Ministry of Communication
exactly.
and the NCA.
Yeah. And the NCA, exactly. And they are not doing their job.
Yes.
So they are taking the citizenry for right. I see a friend saying you don't see any service improvement.
Now the NCA wasting resources, our taxes to buy equipment to monitor us.
Monitor us for what?
I don't know. Your friend is a boy, no friend say, Anoche. Who has your time? It will be say. Anoche will be no what time. Who call position? You are as useless as anything. You don't matter in Ghana affairs. Anoche who call position. You don't matter. And as to whether so be call position, crown on what transit because the shady deals at the NCA there. Who be airtime boys no fra no di nkoma ebu o wa it stinks so anoche dia monitoring Ghanaians almost easy at the request abre almost say they should make sure be cramp down on social media activities wa bra ye ba be wura election you see so what they are doing is say their opponents you post and they have equipment to restrict your account. They monitor your account and almost there in Crawford national security almost I don't know. Almost that and they pay them with our taxes. So they have people they restrict their social media accounts, they monitor, they determine what should go out, what should not go out. And even what I'm hearing is that they are extending it to political parties' platforms.
So they believe they will be in power forever.
Meanwhile, the ordinary Ghanaian is struggling with services. Well, let me agree that yes, I'm a government and what the taxes and as you say, no problem. But the same government. Obetimi keep focus on those companies say on Bemame.
Good service.
Good service. You are not doing it. You are concentrating on unnecessary things, how to restrict people's account, monitor calls, yes, and all that.
So NCA regulator too. I mean, there's people.
Yes.
Until what you're on regulator and so ensure say the beneficiaries of their services are okay. And at the Sebia a year NPA, our regulatory a year fuel stations.
Yeah.
NCA, sorry, MPA for the consumer say fuel and make a girl, make a ton engine or whatever no. A year quality. In that new fuel be a sabi a din so we are France be boni be akofra na me digu me engine mu afon na fe ejana kodumu.
Say a goyo for issues no about with a year petrol for gold no almost say a BB fra or something I don't know. Swat one some.
Na petrol for good na just
ba mi aneka anyway
na ba mi na ko bransa on there I mean so what tikromo na what ba mi asem there na say what different planet
so one useless guy
and then me ko BBC so say for the credit economists then never you see
if you know
he's one person that I'm just praying for the very day he will be serious in life.
What was about me serious
that I'm praying for the day he will be serious in life because me who be you've said 1,001 things also the free taxation to production.
How
one for and then minimum there but we should say is a
na me person me here we know adwuma okay all right so thank you live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Let's come back to issues. na Kwabe mamenye Carl Wilson hwe ye best mesre Carl Wilson na also the one
na ka so report ana
Carl Wilson ana begu President Mills animu ase
aha
ana nanse ya nkwasiafo ya omani abre jomama so te se de jomama agi wo mu bibi no Carl Wilson te Kasbin FM say na jomama bae onua o say jomama bae o so jomama bae de obachi ni tumu wo jano kra kwasi asa no wo Carl Wilson wo na ugu Mills animu as wo ma President Mills samia okunum didi President Mills atem nyina wo Carl Wilson tia Carl Wilson wa minim ni pa of so Carl Wilson but o de mamenye sa de nwiwi Kwame Sam ayi no fa Kwame Sam medicine o fa to your friend say data no was my year canon coming rare year fee at the end of the screenshot to you no sir Kwame Sam on Facebook, one of the MPP guys, this guy Kwame Sam or say digitalization with expensive data. MPP guy Kwame Sam obia or ye active on Facebook bia at least Kwame Sam, George Kwatin, Farouk, Safula Tebio Koshi, Citizen MPP. Sakrofo obia we active on social media bia you know them. Sir Obama,
SK Sapon,
PK Sapon, Fawaz na ekowia a year for aduane no UTV. Me am you Fawaz. On ko wi YouTube for aduane no okopam omkotre ni mu no. So these guys who they wouldn't hwe Ghana on social media, you know them. And this is Kwame Sam for you. Not a single day metro dia Kwame Sam any Sam Krofo ma enemy information any. Now Kwame Sam is telling us digitalization with expensive data. So they know, the MPP people they know at the cry you come no that look Baumia is talking nonfa. That what Baumia is talking about, it doesn't make sense to any rational human being. Why do you move down? Thank you. Why do you move down? You can't accept what Baumia is talking about. You are talking about digitalization. Then at the end of the day, I'm buying so much data, I can't get services. I'm paying so much for transferring money from one handle to another. Everything about digitalization has become so expensive. At the end of the day, you are not creating jobs. And the idea I will catch them for. Go online and access this. Go and access this. Do that. After that, you are telling me, make me add the Ghana idea kwa free car. Add the yes no address to omoji anu omo address. And the first part no na ye business. Abi.
Okay, so okachira wo say. Ukuta Ghana card abutu kwan akoma bia so.
Oyare.
Eni person na dia ko.
Wabodam. Wabodam that guy.
Eni person na dia ko. So I keep saying say onye nipa asa wugine di.
Wabodam
because me ni na samba akopempo a.
Wabodam.
Wa kan ye bo sha wo share Ghana fo a. Abamu na nipa nyina bedi ho adanse.
No, but you see,
post for airport.
You see,
share Muslims boso ye
Jum, man actually. Baumia is doing that because when we say Kufuado the Ayaya in 2016.
Oh yeah, and Jonas Betuas.
That's all. Yeah, that is what he's doing.
Because sometimes some be our come be some say na papa okoda no sorry ana chese be besina jimbe na be catch Ghana for ana say.
No, I say no MPP as a political party abese magicians. Let's go to the market circle. Na yenko tricky womo. Fa tuntumbaji koko. Me Daniel chia haya he. We hear say Ajana 1 2 3. Now tricks are there. Tricks are there because they won based on tricks, and they have enjoyed power for 7 years based on tricks. they go back to the room and laugh at us Ghanaians. Omko Ghana for them. Yen ma citizen coffee dear before can say the next 20 years MPP back opposition, but the next 20 years anybody who will vote for a year MPP must be stoned. As you see now, though violent, but a year hometia because so when it say unia ya wono Ghana ni one no na utia taxia ya no di ginani the V8 our team the air conditioning is enjoying on top credit MTN for near the adekwacha credit go you come on coupons owia no abet trickle ono kasa na o show anim say me tricking resoma but in actual sense but for politics the politics to nchanke bia nkanya no yonko ne resoma what you have seen in life the experience you have baby awura the performances stage awafro enkonfro bi da konye bi da onim baby a but because of politics what me awie sika and using that to siphon money gives him an idea that he is smarter and sharper than you and to no be can say na say wa kun say kwasia we na ebu mi kwasia yeah, sometimes Listo will raise those things and it's like ebia kasapapa. But you look at the person that how can this foolish man, foolish boy consider me as so foolish and talk to me foolishly? You understand? Yeah. And that is where Citizen Kovi ne bufono APF free buy no. When I say the legacy of Nada Baumia MPP, Citizen Kofi, and thank you for putting this here. Citizen Kofi, any Ghanaian who votes for the MPP in the next 20 years is a traitor and must be stoned. Period. We are not fools to be deceived, insulted, and stolen blind and still remain fools. Corporate Baomia Akufo-Addo, Ghana Web, listen and weep for yourself and your children. So that is it. And the Baomia ni Bekasa, Onya Jimmy Phobi. No asre ewoni tirimu thinking say we yenya Jimmy for because Akufo to me tricky 2016 why can't he do it? That's all. That's it. But we'll come back. But Kawesen, who Kawesen picture? Who want the picture? Okay, so you video no answer. Mesre Kawesen baby Kawesen will be ano on team in one team ye. Baba Kamara no na kofa Kawesen aba. And Kawesen onyane easy. Baba Kamara no omunyane easy. They won't get it easy. Minim the Baba. Na Baba Kamara no antimi.
2010 did everything to get President Mahama elected because I was given the mandate by Honorable David Lamte of Blessed Memory.
Yeah, XYZ.
Yes, that Prof.
No, the people who are doing that. So when you are no unsura, now why you win him? No buffalo. Then we do it. If you want to talk about John Mahama was Robiao. 7 years, Yatra Kroma. Obianti minye foku. Would minye foku. If you have issues, genuine issues, bring it on board. Let's discuss it. Who can listen? And you see, they create an impression to say, John Mahama Tibebi and Obi Kofano. John Mahama the assemblyman, for God's sake. And he was able to work his way out and obey the MP. Saya idiots no free and this mwakwa join a Baumia camp a woman ni abreno. None of them now go through that process. Moba and this no. Not your mama or son. What the MP? At the deputy minister. Ababa bedi a substantive minister. Abedi running mate. You think it's a joke? You think it's a joke? Then you wake up and you talk as if John Mahama Tibebi. Baumia we kra yadini by vice president a running mate now we need MPP card. ɔno koraa sɛ ɔno ne yere sɛ ɔmo abrɛ tie o baomia wei yɛde ne bɛyɛ running mate to MPP no oni MPP card no ɔnyɛ member ɔno ne yere ka kyerɛ MPP foɔ sɛ ɔmo abrɛ Samira wonim MPP ho hwee ɔne ne papa no te PNC mu ɔtɔn mo ɛwɔ nima ɔkɔyɛ MS Ghana kakra by virtue of marriage ɔno ka kyerɛ otumi hwɛ nkurɔfoɔ te sɛ alankyerɛmaten kwadwo mpianim Richard anane SK buafo no anim ka kyerɛ ɔmo sɛ ɔno okunu ɔmo abrɛ and you guys think say as a John Mahama te baby and obi kofa ne bae na onye hwe. All right, so let's go and listen to Carl Wilson. You go to Carl Wilson. Quick one.
2012, I did everything to get President Mahama elected because I was given the mandate by Honorable David Lamte of Blessed Memory.
Yeah, XYZ.
Yes, that Prof, as a legacy for Prof, we must do everything. He was ready to spend whatever money.
David Lamte.
To make sure, yes, to make sure John Mahama is elected as a legacy for President Mills. President Mills was our father. So when the order came, and then David Lamte didn't stop in the finances. Anything that he had to do, I was the one that carried it out. We did everything to get John Mahama elected. And what did he do after he sat in office? He got me arrested from the national security.
John Mahama?
Yes, and it's confiscated, ordered the seizure of everything that I had from national security. He took everything from me. John, yes.
Oh, really?
Yes, he did.
We didn't hear this.
Yes, he did. I don't.
Everything you have, as in
everything
how?
I had, my car, I had my coupons, I have my everything that I had from national security. He ordered it taken away from me, and it was done.
So because of that, you hate John Mahama?
I don't hate him.
You said this is the name you don't want to hear. You just said you don't want to hear the name John Mahama.
I don't know whether it was at this station that no, I think it was on Rainbow. I think when I gave an interview and then they asked me whether he's corrupt, I don't know if John Mahama was corrupt.
Is he corrupt now?
Okay, the answer lies in the election.
Which election?
Him against Akufo-Addo. I supported Akufo-Addo against him. I campaigned and helped Akufo-Addo to unseat him.
Which election? The 2016?
2016, yes.
Oh, so you financed MPP?
I didn't finance MPP.
You campaigned in what sense?
They came to me.
You campaigned in what sense?
They came to me and they sought me out, and I helped them. I helped my friend Akufo-Addo. I did.
Oh, Akufo-Addo is your friend?
Yes, it's the president of the country. It's my friend. Yes.
So if I'm saying, are you a Cadbury member now of the NDC? It means
I can be NDC.
You are not.
No, hold on. I can be NDC and have friends in MPP. That doesn't stop me from being a Cadbury.
This idiot, Kromfo, a criminal, a thief. Kwasia Kromfo, Kawasen. Kwasia Kromfo, Kawasen. Kawasen, we say MPP came to you and they sorted him out. Or no, they did everything to make sure John Mahama win 2012. Oh, Kawasen, look, even at the Beverly office, Kawasen was nobody. Abuase. So they work to small boys, no more radio stations, no more come on 50 cities, no more Kasasa, no more Kamkwasi, no more Soroko. You know, 2012 year. I did my best to bring Uber to me the John Mahama Abedi president. Wo Kawasen, Kromfort sell. Ataman said, "Me guase." Ewo abem amemomuna. Hey, this guy Kawasen, a criminal, a thief, walking around. Ataman's brewo abemomuna Kawasen. For 1 year, 2 years, na porting some MPP press conference, Bia Kawasen. Yanyama left, right, center. Like I said, John Mahama. No, what now? na de odi ye atamels no aside bia ye no na jomam say or confiscate me niema nyina e de ba niema niema me use no national security kwasi national security niema ya odia ya odia. And he was talking to somebody who doesn't understand anything. Kabia me busa said niema on national security odia e state dia na say ya odia e state dia ana say ya odia e odia. The same thing with one of my brothers. Say, or to Bangalomu, or Yusuka, and I Jomama say, or Monyekano. Problem in I don't know, Uncle Rex. But the fact of the matter is that Uyusuka wa Tamel's time. Can time as to return it back. I say, Omo time Omu Yusu, then normally they call a Omo auction. You need to bring the car back. And Sana say Bema a fofra yama fofro. What could the deputy general secretary? The deputy general secretary on Yusu abaya die. Exactly. And your mama was like, look, sir, your opponents who cry again on you can't be a deputy general secretary and still use government bungalow and adiade. Your mama say you Jomama asem nyinani problem ni nyinani asem ni nyinani asem ebi mfiri ba bia Jomama nim wo papa asase enu akotwa bie onim wo maame Agyapa de bi no akofa bi asem ni nyinani. What the deputy general secretary you can't go on using state facility. And the reason why they like a Akufo-Addo is a Akufo-Addo lawlessness. Tika Akufo-Addo obemana tra bungalow numa yusu.
No issue government vehicle.
No issue government vehicle.
Government fuel.
Government fuel. Jomama mpre amasa ankwasi ade na nkoso ntino. Me yanko kan kire krofo se Jomama ekuma tames yegimi. Indie se tames abeyan krofo personal property. O boss wa no afa kuntunkura fra. No ase chacha no asi abonti. Yegimi, you are just a fool. You are just a fool, a big fool. And listen to this criminal, this thief was an idiot. Say, and now, because support to, cause support to Baumia, no, we need 24 million. Go and support Baumia. Go and support Baumia, no, we need. These boys talk like 2008. Munina mubaton krofa no me atamens no me adwuma. Oka Wilson, atamens wini wie no or modo kwase. Okra ni stay at the port was illegal. Eya sa kwase apatapa asem no MPP fo ko di wo port ni bi na Eka Wilson ko tra na ye na kwase part ni boy nti obi anfiu. Di bonisa why? Na Akufo-Addo we support o ma di boni a we Akufo-Addo we ni papa ba be no ya we e dey be papa nanka enka say interview anu busa no say 7 years down the line on my way akoyi ana say nkoyi they sorted me out say omo mauska sankrofo we na unim say Kawesin Alote Jacobs and Crawford ma Tamils enya problem pa wo wiase omne na omo kasa omo di nkwase ade no nya me nya kokwa yido o kasa bia na Atamils enya problem da bia Atamils e pacho da bia o solve problems they created problems for Atamils sa nya me nya kokwa yido akwane ya friend say Jimmy for no akotra Peace FM no Alote Jacobs Jimmy for no your friend say Kawesin Sankrofo they created problems for Atamils. Oh, look, one day let's sit down, have a serious analysis on them because these are the people I worked with. We ate together. I mean, we were like a team. I mean, hey,
let's bygone.
Yeah, let it go. Let's move on. Most Debbie won't test it. You won't allow it, massa.
Now, all of a sudden, why say Wakosha baby? All of a sudden, nothing was surfacing.
Well, but them say I akronfa by ne bewie and one home popo. Akronfa by no bewie. You see, and sometimes it pains me say me pobia support no politics moi. na se me support to NDC kura enya Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia da ensi da de mawu. How can I support criminals and murderers? How? Look, the kind of interviews I had with Kokwanyi Do on Akufo-Addo, me you be bo out then you ask yourself why? What is happening now? They come and tell you Kwasi Agwan and Sanaju. Nanu say Kwasi to be Sanaju di ko wom. How? Amemo we Akufo-Addo de Bawumia bui. What you tie your mama said ding, what tie they said ding. Just have an open mind. Yanya critical analysis. Yafan yaman good table so. Yam picking yama one by one. Yam ko education sector. Yam ko a business sector. Yam ko taxes. Yam ko usage of taxes. Yam ko Bank of Ghana. Yam ko projects, developmental projects. Yam ko health sector. Yam ko aviation. Go there. Let's sit down. Yanya proper discussions. What are you talking about? And they talk as if the NDC or my brethren will be and you probably 6 million sympathizers. Some of you, more rising here, Deputy General Secretary, Communication Director, by the grace of God. And that is okay. Why? What is the issue? Na jo mama no offering if ye abano sabita fracha mo na mo kofa no ti na ntwie achi ade ne bae anasa mo de si ponko achi anasa mo man lor fe ode mo ka yeah se ka wesenum ade besi so a ade nipa obi an lose focus o but ekoya nipa do on be fa so wi ase no on be bo mo nsam on mo be bo they should just stay with akron for no thieves no they should just stay with them, that's all. Obi anu muni baby akabio na mama nwe we na afi de memra me main you know ayi your friends say mesre sa adewe unim ye per timer ye di besisi industries. Or mind to say Ghana. Pencil yentimi nye. Or mind to say Ghana. Kumasi Shoe Factory is not functioning. Kia yem pabwa emma yenye bito. Or mind to say Ghana. Penwe Kwame. Ye bu okruma. Lawyer, penwe ye bu okruma. Agres, unu wachino pa pen we yebi Ghana. We
matches cry toothpick cry.
Matches toothpick. Aya you can wear some picture to mama. Then yem penny for they will advocate. They are wasting time dealing with unnecessary chieftaincy matters as to who is supreme. It's so sad. It's so, I'm so disappointed. Unfortunately, we are dealing with a national house of chiefs. They are weak. It has become a corrupt institution that they can't even deal with their own matters. The entire Mania Breno, we have a national security BNI. The only thing they care is attacking their opponents in the night, beating people, killing people. Yes, your friend is me of a kandapa. The only national security, no, maiming people. Then they'll go to parliament and justify why they should maim, kill attack innocent citizens. Ɛyɛ nkurɔfoɔ wei ɛna na ɔmo ka ɛyɛ the late Kojoti Kata no mo asɛm ya. That they are abusing the national security. They got the opportunity and Kandapano records are there. One day you better batch the woman. And maybe their kids will suffer same. And I don't think their family will complain. Because they have done so much harm to society. Nationals of Chiefs are done a political coup. In this when him say Doma Hinene Otumfo Adewe, when him say Sampa for also Edward Mwajim. Atretre ko Sampa. Na Sampa for chada pedi atem. And no me share video bi me hu me yam share me. Enipa me enu omo so omo free Doma. Ena omo I think Germany or London no my video. Ena baako no aya no ho se oye domani na baako no ya santini ena wapam ni free ni dem abegyina bonte se onko wa wache ho ena obusa ne se o ade na apam na o se o ya santini a waje me krata de ya adwuma fa me maje me krata nti corner police for nchuni fa nkofie mukokoti ni mo ayesem no. That is where he's traveling to. And I've seen Ashantis, some Ashantis, I mean idiots we so Londoner, they do videos to insult Doma people. And kwala the problem befia and penny for mbe solve no. One mom no the problem no befie. When him says here achim kotoku so for any amoti aso de see any. I have the video here. Last week and last 2 weeks. Press conference no. Why? Someday we should be talking about enka otumfo Doma hine we I'm free enka mu meetings there mu shia se bema say ye kura oman yentime nye toothpick mpo enti ebe ne den Doma hine say oh me was asase da ha otumfo so ke me so metumi alobe ama obi di machines aba we so metumi ai say dey say omo bo aban so no da kru mu nyina mo adware bema yanko abankesiem Akufo-Addo transe ana whichever government is there your mama hey transe bema say ade no ba bi okono oman no bunu nya adwuma esi eyese enka samre wei ena ohini wei ne yonko hini di nkomo a no abusan ke na wo krom nkola no asitrem to say bo school samunyo enye yo minia ene ye nyina yenkasa. This is the time to coordinate mo manya adwuma anye yentime nya hwe. You are fighting about chow den toma eni akonya mo boba dam. It doesn't make sense. Miwa mo ahimfu ye mo ka esremu ntokwa asam saa bepemene etuontwa ada. Why are you starting one here? Ade no ye be fra mo koka ho asem no no. You are starting one ewa ha. Nyansa be pa ne wom. Enti wo Doma hene otumfo wo kire bi se enkranfo anya issue a ubedua meka bi. Say ahensam no etrete ko ba bia o mi hwe ayachim kotokufo no ahun mi tie wo press conference and I don't want to even play it back here, and it's very very dangerous. I didn't know you should do this because omo yesama etreke ko enkola no mu nti achim kotoku ni hia chebini a owani ode hwe no with the slightest anger afidie be ya adwuma. Sampa na nkrofo atimi asese atuo enam lor kwa mu katuo hyem awia. And now you make what I'm saying another video. Almost say Omono asantefo, and they will not allow those who call themselves a bono to control them. Into Omono Susuno, Omasi say tuo atiesi kwem bom crack. What are we doing? We don't have national security. Omo picking intelligence. Say, look, are they a threat to your peace? No. We don't have it. Obakwana go to an issue omun chem. Achimote fufuo bia national security ni nim ho. Achimote fufuo nyina om na edie. Obakwa goita hye ne mfim sei. Omo konom sa goita ese ni botom na peste bonata so. Bitimi hwe omo sa am say, "Hey, asembe kura na ejimi na yare because mentiase." But these are boys, they can't even write their names. Go to the national security, they can't even write their names. Abai sister yana bebrenu adwane. Ontimi ntre kromumpo. No aginani because wa me de nadi nkwasi asem saa no abeye foolish person on nam krom. Nti abai sister yana no adwane. And I know I'm saying national security phobia kodi diwo. A friend said adabraka wo baabi. Mu adidi awie tua cars mintua. No ma one in short. And it seems like as a sana ya training almost say omonye and no not obi am punish omo, they do what they want and walk away. Who am I cry today? And to be a mumwadri, Domahine, high judge. Obi sabi Domahine, Obi and me so imitate and for years with that. Not room for who you be endorsement. No, I think to kufu so dia fa baby. Na sampa for this did nam baby. Na when did nam baby. Na when did nam baby. But probably the National House of Chiefs into me issue one statement say ade na ekoso. Why? Muko meetings. National House of Chiefs muko meetings. So these things you need to discuss it indoor. Why assassinate? Why na so occupy? Why the roadmap na da ho? Kwame Nkrumah chichiro man na maye. Mudi yes yakoyechi. And I say social media mu nyina mo adane slay kings. Proper slay kings and slay queens. Na nkwasi asem nko na mudi. Bepem ne National Peace Council ntimi fresh say no ade na ekoso no ehu enti obi am pipe down. Enti buru ni hia Asantini wo London na so owu a obeda afre no. Asantini hia buru ni e wo Holland no owu a obeda afre no. Sampani hia Asantini obeda afre no. Hey, ne penifo na mo agimi sei. Penifo na ndi mo agimi sa no. Mo ya fucking man. We are fucking me pa. Nanka munya ma ya nkola no yanye. Nanka mo afra ya trans say hey yanya ne sa. Yani abri ya ka ye say nkoda school sam ajerega. Ayemfo da bay na National House of Chiefs akosia say ye school semi enye entibum yanka ho bibi. Nothing could be. Man can fufu nkate kwai se so ma jai makre eno ma tie se ye na ntwa chacha so Jimmy omuni minsa bia mu different black label, blue label, red label, white, apertesia yase ginger krama kwate herb madingo anya joy antibe omuni nyina no more 12 school for my way so university for no training college nurses no wo dia bosu critique buafuni bumfumpa sa kwasi asem no more bois ni etu galamsey no more bois no more chapon pass malangas entina Kwame Nkrumah ne Rollins ebu ahemfuno Kiesienya politically de bia nko ba kroma info wa chiwo mu from asantimam ko pem bro east chiwo mu go buo mu saa prepra wo mu no ma ye din no ma ko se dem Kwame Nkrumah buo mu no ma ye din oh you na no kwasi asem nko a ye nya adwuma emaburu nya adwuma omu nya adwuma na mo nya bre to determine who is superior ya de yadan obi de yadan Kwame de aka ne yemfa ngu o kyena why o kyena no ma ye ho adwuma yemfa ngu All right, so that's it. We are back live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Quick one. And you man be wa and so Uncle Rex is here. Bernard Mona will join us. Then we have Listo and Anakusipoku also will join us in the studio. All right, so quick one. We are dealing with. I'm coming from you about the Agyapa issues, yes, right? Okay, yes. So we are dealing with the OSP issues. Then we will deal with a school reopening. But let's pick the school reopening. And OSP matters. But we will pick Mkolano School. Say Form 1 for Nabefi. Yes, somebody 4 months. Eofi. Abosome 9. Then we omo kone. Meboa. No more bad be.
Maybe 2
weeks time.
2 weeks time. No more be 4 days Ofi.
No, it was spent like a week or two.
No more say. So the question is, why the rush? 2 weeks and what impact? Anyway, Agrex. Yanko.
Me da se kwabra me hia etiefo nso nyina. Assembly organ ha se a edika. And say ya quite say on my way mu no. Yama partisan politics. Say ye bibia. It's like there are no red lines as to what any political party or any government in power can do. Say your education system, the structure itself, time and quality school, time on the better we keep changing it every now and then. It says me will be first name channel. You know, school you say you were first term, second term, and long back.
Yeah.
Say you don't even know what is what and which is which. Bibiaye ngungunai. And I just don't understand. They say, as on my sabio, ye developer, you see a developing country, ye chichiro on mine. And yama bio as I say to me, shielding from partisan politics and political friends say point scoring. It will be biano. I mean, what is the sense say in Kwabena school? Actually 2 weeks. Akwala fi no secondary school. Okwaya 2 weeks was abefie. Awa betene fie ano. I mean, what is it? A dear nkwana is so complicated and yentumi nhye nema in such a way say the little time nkwana be do school no. On betumi anya ho benefit. You know, idea as if man nyina I blame it on political friends say point scoring. You know, says you cry Matisse Ghana class say secondary school for no or man a friend say West African examination be. What is it? So how do you check your performance against the rest of West Africa? Just because Akufo-Addo about power, they can do whatever they like. I mean, what country is this? What are we trying to do as a country? Kwabena, eniema ekoso man we mu no asefem na ade abaomia ne Akufo-Addo ne baomia ekwan am de oma we afaso no omo chese oma delay yen 30 years back. Because eniema bebre ho a ekoso a me ba yen sema wo kan nyina me sia fem na mte odin na mehwe. Because since when? And then some ya wo ti okra okay even a him for some kra since when? And as I we start Ghana. You see, there is no smoke without fire. No. So many things are happening in this country. Now, education,
but it's not a subject we are discussing. I'll say, Kwabena, I'm sad this afternoon. Come to Vienna and see the fight on various platforms between Ashanti and Bonos. Very sad.
Yes, sad.
What is it?
At this day and age. Yeah. I mean, how? How? You know, what the young choir sem so? Me first school sem non ton chain because school they say the my no dey just say I don't know. Na young ko OSP.
OSP the my lawyer new school the because we have some tapes we will deal with it. But mame mbusa Kwame say lawyer we will just talk to your parents. Me patch on your parent I don't call. We just want to talk to parents. Tell us your experience. The timing. Emra I deal with because lawyer we are dealing with time wa omudini ba out. About Friday, right? And now Thursday.
About Thursday, and I'll say, and I won't go school.
About Thursday. Tiawo for Friday, Saturday, Sunday to prepare. Because on Thursday, no be any baby and ba echo. See oko boga. So oko tamale. Asante bampong. Anahi onim. Ana lo yambwa. Into whom baby abane kwa. Then the prospectus. Yes, sir. Na obatoto. Ebia raise concerns with just that, and then even the 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 days, any working days. No, I can say, oh, for more. So, bet me, I got that be big a cry. Then, ebinum parents nimbi amitio mano peno. They are like, akolane ko ene, obedi 2 weeks. Obesi ababa abedi bronya. Odi bronya wie ya. Osi akototo de mafufro. Onye akola na spending the Christmas. And if I know first can be atoto ne mafufro. Now the government cannot feed in Kolano. Even fancy pem there, say your parents need to light bill. Almost JJ parents nisika. No more they light bill because government cannot pay fancy pem electricity bills. That is the reality.
Na mencha the secondary school ni na yakobi. Na ade ba ko a esi na ebia na bi no adwen ko so ne se secondary school na ye wo no. Access secondary school. But you need quality secondary school.
Thank you.
In the sense and then no access in the sense and then obia no ewuram and na ekwan ho se ne obia nwuram. Ne mum se wuwuram apie akopanim de ni suahunu pa na odi apie abontene na wo pie ba akwala no wonim de bi woni tirim ana wo bibi de ebi ni ho minim miama kola bi a wo wie bie na nu ka boy no na o ye remedials minsuro nka me janka se me ba ba mu a owo primary 6 and say grade 6 e bit match mafi achana de of course I see. Yeah o bit match na achana de ko bro from ban before crime ban back and my event minga sometimes me ban to me can be I'm go say now we na junior can international it's serious but the American here no crapa come quality education no on professor now or share science and math quiz you know
yeah
mama no number la read ni interview no buza na say ni opinion on secondary I mean free SHS was say I solve only one problem which is access to education. But problem any na do say solve a quality education. About me say ne ya ti e kase. Ye nkwala ye wie secondary school na omo wan so university no. Unu so kodu a extra na there at akwala wo secondary school.
Tabepe. Anya say they don't know anything.
You what mean extra na there say obi a wo do university. Because the standard now on will meet here. So the lecturers are compelled to sometimes go low or go down to their level, which is not the case in the university. Because university, lecture be now rant. Oh, we are not go and read this book, go and read that book, go and do your research, go and do that. Where you? Their kind is up to you to buckle up and then meet him up. Because I'm supposed to not the brewer. So what kind of one can any answer? Or we are Marku failure or failure. But the challenge here is that so person with quality education, time is essence or is of essence in quality education.
Yeah.
Ebre. Because say we nya bread do a be nya ebeman kwala na we nya mo daje e dey tro ma dey that is one. air numbers classroom capacity enipa saying say me enu na ye ko school brochire I remember my last me LLM and then the legal practice course at University of Law we were only 21 in a class yempo no at our age that time no cry no this is somewhere 2017 as no make now you about you can say you can say 21 people in a classroom as when ubedru ha ubegura secondary school mu na nkola egumu cho teacher na tradian his attention is only on those at the front row on pay attention to what teacher it will banako say we are so na uni bibi say we so mo nko this week so what it means that ya nyina ko secondary school because I say bie school ya kompo na ya makwa na ya bie no enyo bia na ba first day eti those days ya na ko morning as one person ba kwanta so ba school move as o ko do into one person ba don tam no o ba twa twetwe wa kire ya se ba ko na o mu edika ba na ha do agra asa na wako and the first week of today if you na dwe ko pum fiada and next week nyina no aye more or less araba weeks because one more in your school ni bi no wo so mo nko for repost ni nko na ba no wo no the possibility say wo mu nya na week na bi next week na number ba na e wo ho engineer so what it means that your first 2 weeks no enyina na your reopening week there's nothing going to be yentimi nko cho bi ade ho because nkola na ba wo mu nyina ma nwie tu wo se da ka so wo sa de so just here
any 2 weeks
and none pay
2 weeks no mo metra school mo nya dey
wo just me ba and none pay meti UTV so na pay and the parents be free about kwese college me am krom chebi on free was say wo ma ko do school on yes school nim MBA enne ofuru ko abenne o say de be na no de abedu school won ne ba crown no ma abedu school ya ba yes school nim MBA ne me wa they have been asked to come today so security okay say obi enwuram so de wo ko ba kire wo samra tuna I'm telling you so
but me ba educhum ye yira wa ye yire no ho no what is it
obi friend no nipa ne friend no anyway private control with the can first me friend but you see on a more serious note bibia try wo say aba we no eya de hapazally otum ni kaya de a wo dwene ho a wonte ase aka 2 weeks and I say I know 3 weeks na obi okọ school bia kwambo no by 22nd which is Friday about 2 weeks na school bia makwan school bia makwan primary school bia obi makwan ba na 2 weeks
me problem is aduchum yeyira o yeyire no ho no what is it dear
almost oh say one man kwala no tena fie no no mama ko December you no mama ko January e be delay academic calendar you are not serious they are not going to teach them anything even as they are going now anytime me ma break down because they are coming home at most they watch our school mukra no aye Friday coming 2 weeks next school be amakwan 22nd because this year 25th and 26th aye Monday and Tuesday. So 23rd, 24th, so what it means that by 22nd Friday, next could be a McQueen. If you go with Friday and walk, want to be what channel your amendment and never back on it, or some be for about 2 weeks or more. It's in why that one thing I was being pentamon cop. What about our horse I could tell you 10 was about. Then now, what not to say? Also, can be. One more McQueen be you. One more somewhere middle of March next year. But that book my friend was say lawyer me bag girl no wo obo kepo school ma school na e wo kepo no back sir was say ne ba ne bedru free a also de ne call Kumasi St. Louis e call extra classes but bro musa be dey no 500 cedis
and all how many subjects
say one year so not less than 5
to tier 2000 plus
can you imagine.
So that's it. Enti won say why any free education. And so the cost I mean and it's say no. So for bani year most medical quality education is not part of this policy now our mo run no. Quality ni mtina so quality ama aba nti. You are compelled to go and use the banana for na our cohesion. Because of that you are going to incur more. You are going to incur more. Enti yema you see and number misaka simple YouTube. Monsieur NPP are buying better kodwanso kwan on the secondary school life and as education di agro. The be na am voice en so. Tiye. Rollins pension and as a free teaching number from Rollins pension the year 2000 and the secondary school call 3 years end year. Last batch year 2000. You know, last buy for 3 years course. 2001, 2, 3. But no more 2.5 years. Now we are school August. 2.5 years. Kwabena. The other month you mention, when the first do die, you are only yanko now we are able to. You are 3 years. What about every chance? Now we are go 2.5. Ubenya say. And no more. And one who is a non-fan of Kwabena no Sandane no. I call 4 years. Nyame na ya adom na President must buy 2009 upwards. I don't know. About restructure for no dey see the proper 3 years in so. Ana you for Kwabena mo anso abaye ono so asa abeda nini. Ah na hwede tin. No mu so. Ono mu sku mu. So for nyam san gwango bi ndi. And do be kwa ano de yakure Kwabena wofa. Satase. Do de ba kwa no de yakure no for nyam san gwango bi.
Say de omo si aguma ni mu ase wo kroma no. Say me da kura no afere.
It is always any my see ya. Oh, asifim. Because me hu se bitafa twenyansa wo mu se. Obi ko school akwada ne ho na otwe mienu aba. Me say school no ka ba trans me actually they can't teach them more than a week in that school. Mo so mo kono.
Orientation me
kan no mpo. Eno baba. Ni nyina kire ne se ba wiese nwie no. O san be obasan be fie by 22nd 23rd no san ba. Obakọ somewhere second week of January how be be obakọ. Because first, second, third ni nyina no I'm sure say the first and assign mandate me just be the second and third over be nyina na omo nkoye. To be component be fifth going. Almost second week of January. I feel now we go school back. So why the rush? Kenya butreman kolega kra. Ni man kola na dusia. Me dia aduchum dia na aduchum ahuye mo akase kra ye. The fact that what's in America. Now we know how the Western education is like. Sabi bi na ko school bi ho I don't know much about it yet. The sabi because I go school bi you nim say the British system ti. Yeah, one person what do I do be dia grow because one for do ni agro. And on ba ya and they Mahama school still na akawura mu. Meanwhile, I wouldn't very well say in America, in the UK, and I don't know. They run what you call community schools. It means free labonia and go school or amasamai. No, it's not done that way.
Omo fa obi to no training sefi.
Oh, now they're not. And no, I'm working. Now we tell you now, I'm going to you to you. Now, quit. Yeah.
Omo hide dan.
No, son of him here.
Say omo hide dan man kola no.
Son of him here.
Ese chest one.
Obi one man. Ya post no kwa no. Ya baby e ne kwa no. Isa ka na ka wa u fresh dey continue. Wo bako board no. Na ka do around mo abade no. Senior ntisa wo. You keep post obi on free far away any mo to a distant place and that person will be going as a day student. Wow. So the parents were doing answer to board no has no option than to go and get a private accommodation for the bano. Now baba and I say Bamua 16-15 years. What's one on 14 years? I can say, and what hand and what them. Ah, what do you jump on here? No, Jano.
It's sad. All right. It's sad. It's sad. All right. So, quick one. Let me do this. Parents, just 5 minutes. Me pick calls. Moi, mama, echo various schools. Tell us your experience. Share your story with us. 03022088090. This is Citizen Show. Let's have a convo. Let's have a conversation. You need a home come. Parents, me patch up parents. Parents want to pada and me head diwa.
I'm not the close to the to me panda na some of us when me so be coming here. Meet me impression.
Yeah, don't cry you. Hello.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Pacho say.
Me once in crime near me koto. Until my wife and I decide to say about Franco Ajuma.
When you want to see the aquator then?
Once the cry, got funny persuaded the fear me if you are got wow.
So okay, so which means what the idea? Wo problem, enya buying problem because you need to have money to buy prospectors for a year ma. Yes, sir. So who should know your problem? It has nothing to do with the government.
Mr. Bobby.
Yes, sir.
Semba kunso baby ami wono kuda ni for bi eti ho. Oni am film. E friend say nga semba kuda ni for mo kanu. Semba ngi wo en fa semu yin tuja ye be wo Ghana. Asemo kana say yen twen en kita kakra omo baba mo omo ba ye be hu je na hu da o Ghana ase.
All right, thank you. I think we are talking about he's talking about something different. Okay, so let's go to the main issues. Hello.
Yeah, baby.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Share. Nanado, the education system of Feno.
Chairman, let's talk about personal issues. Parents. Hold on. Obey school. So hold on. Oh, meba you pursue it to her. This is the challenge. This is the problem. We are not ready to talk about. Please.
Not about posting.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. So we are talking about personal problems. And me mention parents. Obi say on ultimate ne ba prospectors. It has nothing to do with Akufo-Addo. It has nothing to do with the government. Because everything obi are talking about prospectors. Right? A free senyame ba there. Obi are talking prospectors. If you are not,
what were they promised?
That they will buy them prospectors.
They were promised free.
Hold on.
And a prospectors.
Hold on. Pacho, omo promising some more prospectors.
What were they promised? So ask the parents. Me, I don't have a bank could be that.
No. Yeah, we read it about school fees. Minim say prospectors. So MPP manifesto. If they wrote
prospectus.
Okay. When my picky callers you will come on it. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, Pacho.
Dana ni me face Madina.
Okay, Dana.
Me third born echo SS. And you say it mean to, but the time is limited. Because some when you buy nyama eguhano over 6,000. Nyama what prospectus over 6,000 na your company.
Over 6,000.
Yes.
Hey.
Enti na ye ka say omo twinko enim ma ye se next year mpo anka bronya skanka ye ndi bronya na ye dia toto.
Pacho, hold on. Over saying
6,000.
6,000 Ghana cedis. 60 million.
Ni squat there bibia o calculate here. Over 6,000. Enti na ye say omo twinko e chire man na nya say ye ntimi to
6,000 Ghana cedis.
Third born e ko no. Onyamampom
presec.
Third born e ko no. Nti na ye kan. First na nti sa, first na ye kwan. Ama ye to talk to nti time no be do na aboy kwan ba we no. How many days? And I get on kwan so na wow. Ah, we ka so boabo sa ska na no 4 days na wo dia koto. Nti na ye complaining. Ma mo obi no mo de matter mo de because omo de omo sa so mo chi. Nti 4 days no de omo abo am ho ano. E na oni school ba no be nya so that time otro BP no. We ka so abo ho ano.
Okay. All right. So Don Frank say they did not specifically say a free fee or tuition free education, but a free education, and it covers all. Okay, so this one is coming from Don Frank. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Commander?
Sir?
Hey, Joseph.
Yo, Joe, Yanko.
Yes, sir. The Assembly, okay. Memeba, Metiashiama. They are posting how they are called Swalla.
Whoa.
Just imagine.
You're supposed to be in solar.
Sola.
But when choose what?
Baby.
I see.
And other things, you know, so also you did not coach to water region. So just imagine he said, "Piano, me better way, me change me send man and."
Hey, money enter for. Any other back sola. Any other back coach to.
Sir.
Their students are answer borders. Boarding.
Aye.
Enti almost prospectors no to say.
And that from.
How much are you paying for the prospectors?
Commander, me checking back with the no meaning I'm almost 4,000. Back with it. And you no man spending grand, I mean, I'm paying 8,000. I was father, my moon by this time.
2 weeks, name could not be fierce, I be the bro.
No other chairman. Now, about 2 weeks, Miss Wan, I'm a Sunday or Marco. It's just a hell.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Tell us your story. Let's have a conversation on this matter. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Bobie, afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
The patcho, obi friend one man and Cassie, O man Cassie and Cabachediana or patcher. On the first year, you go school, no, you be school, unim tamwa, would you be school now? I am bois. Even so, what just as no. Unim tamwa would be or the back SS. Before I tell results in the Baba, Opa Pasha say air bob one home. Wait up, we be telling you, Placopena Yasico school. Okay, if you will be our confessical in the quarter Placopeno. And the first year school, no, just as you are over finance, the only said that say, SS. And you Opa air one who fine.
But what is Auntie Dinah from Adenta? My that experience, and this is a personal experience she is sharing with us. That neba on the Thursday night the neba out. Ne prospectus non qua is around 6,000 Ghana cedis. Friday is a report here ne. If I no offer a prospectus no. Scan offer scan. So
abine here no be obi abine din aya mani money din na abine upon say all say school no was say pressure to our for so far bobie ni who say na me sia kan e say eba baby say oyi ni Agyapa de bi na wa o say okoton e say o person oba no school na ebo a ebi ade no edi no enu unti me nyi say kan say o to ne ta ye say okoton be 55. O de share sa belu o lose wo per se. O de say enti eniam aba na ye no bi nyame no mukure emfa kwam ba ko.
Okay, all right, thank you. But we are talking about personal experience here. Now, Ni Saki says, Mr. Ansah, prospectors are not sold. Years back, parents only pay for admission fees to confirm acceptance, and prospectors are given to them. Years back, Ben, how can one say me? Is it in the 2000s, in the 90s, in the 80s, or in the 70s? Which is which? Ni? All right. Hello.
Nana, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
A friend down to me Famsa. Adenta Famsa.
But yes, I'm part of meet you.
Bobie, me name and mammy, and I hear Shemini on me, papa, they were stream. Mommy, to study when you are awarding to me and I may share Nkwalami. No, back home by a year for a grand. I say, or no penny, no, one year Kwalani every school now. Or more Cape Coast. Na me wo Famsa.
Omo Cape Coast.
Yes. Na me I can't me argument ya na me send you muska na mo show.
Anti me ba
Cape Coast wa.
Mo free Cape Coast.
Yes, Cape Coast.
Okay, all right.
Bakunya school with Cape Coast wa. Baku from Cape Coast ya de ne ba Mahama day school na wo e Famsa ha no. Omo de ne ba ya day school no. It's a fear to no banana by any border, no muy any day. Miss Walla and I mean a day I make a rent. A few will not say, or the action is crown a month
200 cities. Single room, a month 200 cities, or this 2 years advance. Bobie, and now in Nipano, and Yama before. Now I kind of mammy factor issue into or more can say prospectors, the way I teachers, any headmasters will be counting into a more national one and I general back home, and you know, correct.
I see.
Yes, in school, I decided on the prospectors are different from a Benya Fanfrahano. It is as I'm a yellow crab. A yellow crab back home. It is something for me to move in others as a headmaster, no being the system. And I said, once no move to problem in any crescent, I will follow companies or more yes, Anna, or more share. Okay. School is yet, you see, I am a new catching. And we are all banners and Kwabena and any school went to Miamba just because Camedy San is a momino and to tell your money be a honor. Also, Mawin and Media, none will be yet in my port to scan out. And to tell any other match, like a camera, my friend, they are saying, after a figure all fair at Bampu, nobody within 2 weeks, I just saw sign coffee. And son of school news to the old scammer, who be one day in Ponos Mamma, going to Monkama Samba. You keep them over inside me.
Okay, all right.
Obesanya banon like this, I will sign money for and some friend there, but if yes, a more than a moody Christmas, now Baba Kwan. You see, Madame to be or see it in about school, or more call your Mosia and your home. I saw replacement system was so called quarters at school, and you say 1 year you and you're on the 4 2. 1 month school.
All right.
I see in your home. In the moment I time, I say in your ma.
Okay. All right.
Or moody so, or more share so.
Mate Medasminia. All right, so meet me for we are back to the studio for Danity was a mass burial education. Okay, so good afternoon, Bobie. If parents are to buy prospectus items, then how free is the program? We were told when the students are placed, all they needed to do is to walk to the school with only a school bag. Uniforms, books, and food were supposed to be free. By bag no, can you take empty bag along? That is my worry. No, but in actual sense, nobody carries an empty bag to a place.
That's how called ordinary beko. Okay, some ordinary beko. Parents if you know be man back school, how many grabbing fan. But the question is,
you no need prospect and man na wo musa to.
No, there be parents how odi enema back school no. Really? You don't need to
man school taribia mienu, man PE clothes, man way.
The question no na what can say just go there free. Government will
supply. Bag no say for
nyane kakra dey man no dey go school. They were tricked.
What we knew in the past. And they say, okay, akole ku school.
Okay.
Ni man beto chobo samano. That's boarding. You beto trunk. You be load ni oma wo. Prospectus. And I beto ni oma school ni here.
Okay.
So akola ni di beba.
That is when it was not free, no accept no
free no.
Na parents no
na parents no anim say obenya admission e Parental college o de na ekwa obeto ABC eno na ya tro agu krata so a broni friend prospectus a eno no school ni hia mo de be ma no now
ya no na enye free
eno na enye free.
Okay.
Obi ba no say ade a enye free no eye free no enye free no
microphone to me nko
emma obi a onya opepa na nko besua de no onya akwanya no
mpacho ade be sa
na ho boa enso na kwantuo nti prospectus yo de mana ontimi nya den enko bi.
Okay, so the MPP was specific on prospectus.
No, they mentioned a lot of things. Tuition. Na certain cry you know.
No, only me person me follow kakra.
They said free in its entirety.
Okay.
That is what they meant by free. They didn't say free tuition or because where Kwabena unim so manifesto no krampo a o me call 2016 no. Free SHS any manifesto ni. They only said they would just
point E now or say
point E
redefine basic education to include senior high school covering vocational, agricultural, technical schools, and make it available for free on a universal basis to all Ghanaians.
So free SHS, as was being trumpeted about, is not in a social contract they signed with the people.
It was just a gimmick to win election.
So what they had spoken about on radio, on platforms, rally grounds, and what have you know? And no, and ubia di jina so kwoto aba.
Okay, so Nana, what you understand by omono, every SHS no include prospectors.
Yes. Okay. Because what F cube means is for you to walk to the school without anything. What do I say? F cube, free compulsory universal basic education. Enshrined in the 1992 Constitution. President Kufuor implemented no. Free, as in the word free. And untina uko government school biana school atare de ma ho eno kra no na yemfa ma omo no NDC criticized John Kufuor aban. I quite remember those times na your friend is saying akoya na no ebu agumi osafmafo yeah education minister. It was being discussed. What I say na sabre no Emma NDC for ba abemu no. Not just say they had to eat their humble pie by making sure that they will provide what they criticized John Kufuor's government. Say one year. And you know here, Professor Mills Krano one said deliberate at it. But John Mahama was very deliberate at it. Professor Mills was very deliberate at eliminating schools under trees. Excellently done. I mean, ebini obiem say afternoon shift and morning shift and afternoon shift. Ebini Ghana hebiem. They eliminated that from the education. Etene
na ye say ke wonum time ebayo
make basic.
Okay.
And
okay.
The from class 1.
Yeah, basic.
Kindergarten, class 1 to
class 6.
JHS.
JHS, okay.
Now, by this statement, no, to redefine basic education to include senior high school, no, it means to say
they are redefining the F cube.
F cube,
they are
no,
expanding it.
From no, sa na was a basro.
Based on what they've written.
What I say? Say F cube will be funny back keke no go school on fa textbook on fa she the papa and toshe mano no go school. Now, the na John Mahama no mo kano. Na omo chese and truly Akufo-Addo has vindicated the name and the government John Mahama led. What I say? Because John Mahama told them say you could not do that. And truly they have not been able to achieve what they said in opposition.
In faces.
John Mahama said say and son now betimi attain the F cube at the Bema no. And was some man community day school. And they are walking to school. On got top prospectus munioma because of any bagger uniform no abide the Bema no. The here is what got in the ocean idea. We are abani community nso no because e closer no. Say feeding kra memua na e bia e feed omo 1 hot meal a day kra na. E bia be lunch. Ye ma no breakfast. E be ma no lunch kra na. Eno no enye too much of embedding in the government to do. And I will say enu na we akenoforiata krampo na adwene mu aboto. Kra hunyansa ka che Akufo-Addo say minia no na adwene no enye adwuma. O say ono kenoforiata obetimi ko ahwe nkofo ma. Enu na adokufo nyansani ohwa okaya okache say Akufo-Addo ye wuye you be say school no. E wo say wo man kola na obi wo a they say Kwame despite ne ba ko GIS oko senior higher wo say no de aban si obetua oba no school fees then kola mo ko GIS no ohwa hefa na wo so mo ko secondary school. What I say? So if obeko Prempeh College obeko your friend is saying Yasantua obeko Wegehe obeko Infansipim obeko St Augustine's absufuo no obeko ba bia Monicas no obeko a akura no betusu Monicas a ne papa endowed to make sure so be take care of ne ba no and also there be just for the political gains a wo be nyanti no wo pese wo sen kwala no ade a wo wonim say you have to attain that before you can provide a very quality free education, you know, infrastructure. Yet Akufo-Addo didn't turn his eye there. John Mahama dan E-Blocks Crampa will see 123 of them, 47 as per the records Napo say Obeshia, you know, were fully constructed and finished
and delivered.
Now, out of that, no, Kwabena me no call as enough. We who school then you see what. Yes, yes, at the time I ever seen off no, and I'm not a bino consciously. I'm a fee or modern Kolako, so now it had been finished. Already,
tape will be
it's so sad, say, baby, I have a dream. No, yeah, discuss it, and your ma any question here discuss it because so share or say, you will do to me, but no more can I say no. Or what your friend is in school, be or your vacation classes or America, you know, Obienim.
Yeah,
and this is somebody. At least he should be abreast with the rudiments of education. Kakra, if sir, unim kurampa.
All right.
But bedru.
I'll come back.
And these are the same people. Unim, Kwabena, this education kurampo no. You see a kanya. You see the failure. Okanya ka kindergarten there. And you may be about how many?
All right. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Quick one. Mavis Kabuke Akpanglo. Says, Bobby, I went to school in the 1990s and prospectors were free after gaining admission. So you are talking about the 1990s. But before Doc Akwaba.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes, sir. But the answer now, quick one. Mobi send him a message, which I think we need to find time and address it. Also, Bobby, ECG is destroying our appliances at Old Ashomano since Saturday. We have been dealing with unstable current. It drops and comes back to normal. We have made several reports for them to get it fixed, but till now it has not been fixed. All the bulbs in my house have been destroyed. Their call center number is also not connecting since morning. There are power lines that are sagging and dangerously close to metal gates, which run the risk of electrocuting almost everyone in my house who might touch the gate. Is getting serious. Okay, so when I'm done with Doc, quickly, no mercy about but Doc, I'm talking to Dr. Samson Obed up here, senior lecturer, Department of Sociology, University of Ghana. Also, a quick 1-2 minutes intervention. Doc, I quite that from.
Obi Mechia, what you for the list of Rex. Now me team common no, and I think say. Now Rex this was trying to tell you say the free SHS, the MPP promise, no, it is not the ones they are telling us they are doing. But you can say, time and this argument started, no, or Mampeni Akufo-Addo called BBC, Emma Sakasalia or somebody Bisano about how is the costing going to be done. Who can respond?
Yeah, me follow. Yeah.
The costing. And you see, and the point is that as they create an impression say, or move back, no. All you need is to just take your child to the school, now go school. Who can say, or move start a deal, no? Your man for mu share school career, and the job was at Tomotiso, and the Tunyumo Chromo Abubi. Okay. Just because the impression being created was that John Mama progressively phrases. We says, oh dear, Yemma in Kolanian tuition, any borders, no muntiawe. Who said the all the child needs to do is to just go to school. And to know some mama for can we see the point we are saying is that you don't just place students in a school within a week, and the next week they are supposed to go to school. Now I spending 3 weeks for school. Now I go for December 21st. Now that goes to January. But you see, the problem is that the quality as and the rest is out. I can tell you, so the event I'm discussing, you know that the first chance graduates of Mama University, they affect your academic performance. For the first time in the University of Ghana, they have reduced their GPA to 1.0. Minimum school 2000. When you 1.5 and you see, no, if you about 1.0, If I tell you the number of students who cannot make 1.0, it is sad. Just because your man Kolanu goes for just 3 weeks now, now I tell you 4 months. It's not somebody can be. It's a serious thing that I'm surprised that educational minister Watson Brochi for so many years does not see what we are talking about. So I will forward, Christmas here, but this economy.